It's really coffee.
I almost stopped and are we live? Okay. I almost stopped and got a Red Bull. I'm like, it's gonna be a long night. Okay, we'll get it rolling. It looks like everyone's here. And we have the mayor also. I think Andy's joining us also, correct, Mayor? He had told me yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Mara, for getting this rolling. I will open up the finance meeting. I do apologize. We're about 5 minutes late. We'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I did bring our trusty flag. And just, you know, on a light note, I'm praying that we go in person soon. So we'll talk about that for maybe next month or the month after. Okay. But we'll talk about it together offline. All right. How about Councilmember Ash McPherson? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. We'll do a quick roll call. Councilmember Gully,
Here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Here.
Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember Cummings,
Present.
Councilmember Zaluski,
Here.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council President Mantello is here. We have 7 present. I will take a motion to approve the minutes of the last finance.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as produced.
Thank you. Councilmember Zaluski motions. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Approval of minutes 7-0. Presentation of the agenda. This is a finance meeting. The biggest objective of this meeting are our NIP awards. So we're pretty psyched, and I specifically want to thank Councilmember Steele, Councilmember Gully, and Councilmember Cummings for spearheading this effort. We're really psyched about these proposals. We'll get into that later. We have a couple easements, and we'll get rolling. Mara, I believe a couple of folks have signed up for the finance.
4 people indicated they wanted to speak, but none of them have logged on to the meeting yet. So at present, there is no one available.
Okay, they might have confused. There's quite a few meetings tonight. So, okay, nobody, if they do come, just give us a heads up. We'll hop them in. Local laws, none. Ordinance 29, ordinance authorizing the reconveyance of real property acquired by MREM foreclosure. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Ordinance 29 carries 7-0. Ordinance 30. Ordinance accepting a deed of easement from the Troy Housing Authority. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Council President, I will need to abstain, I guess, as chair of the Housing Authority, but I have seen the spot of land. It's great that we're offering this to the city, and it'll be great for our residents as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty psyched about this. Just for folks out there, this easement will allow a connection over on Campbell Ave to Griswold Heights. And we know a lot of people sometimes walk in the roadway there. So this will be pretty cool and nice trail connection. So thank you, Councilmember Steele. And further discussion? All right. Well, we already voted. I apologize. Councilmember Steele has recused herself. We have 6 for, 0 opposed, 1 recusal. We'll go to ordinance 30, or I apologize, ordinance, bear with me, 31. Ordinance amending the 2021 general fund budget and accepting grant funds from the Troy Capital Resource Corporation for the 2021 Neighborhood Improvement Program. Councilmember Steele, and I hope you know I support this also. I think we all do. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, ordinance 31 carries 7-0. Ordinance 32 and the last ordinance authorizing awards of neighborhood improvement project funds. Councilmember Steele, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? If we want to talk about these at the regular meeting, that's fine by me. Good? Okay. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, 7-0. Ordinance 32, no resolutions. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, second.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, Mara, our next meeting is 6:45. So we are good, folks, for a half an hour. Not bad. I'll see you at 6:45.
See you in a bit.
Okay, take care, guys.
Hey.
We're back. I hate taking breaks. It just prolongs it, you know. I was looking for the script.
Well, we don't need it. I mean, you
Yeah.
call the roll and then we
Yeah.
resolve into a committee.
I'll let you, yeah, yep, do your thing, and then I'll have Mara just read the first paragraph.
Yeah.
We are live, and I see our council members are back. I think we're okay. All of us are here. I think Mara, you're good. Andy is with us, and all right, we'll get it rolling. I will now, it's 6:46, not too bad. Open up the public hearing for local law number 1. I will take a quick roll call. Councilmember Gully.
Here.
Thank you for being here at this one. I had to give a dig. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Here.
Councilmember Steele.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Here.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council President Mantello, all 7 present. And I will turn it over to Councilmember Zaluski.
Yeah, Council President, I move that the council resolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purpose of conducting a public hearing.
Awesome. And Mara, if you don't mind reading the first portion of the local law 1, please.
Public hearings shall be held regarding a local law to amend Section C-48H3 of the Charter of the City of Troy to authorize installment agreements for the payment of eligible delinquent taxes over a term of 36 months.
Thank you very much. And do we have any speakers, Mara?
Michael Barrett indicated that he wanted to speak, but I'm not sure if he meant to speak on this, so I'm gonna promote him, and if he doesn't want to speak, he doesn't have to.
Sounds good. Hello, Michael Barrett.
Good evening. I wasn't planning, excuse me, on speaking on the local law as much as I am the resolution to sell the steam generator.
I figured that will be at 7 o'clock, and and I'm sure that Mara will put you first on the list since you joined us at this finance meeting. I hope the council is okay with that. All right, Mara, we'll just keep Michael on or whatever works, and we'll put him on first.
I'll put him back in.
Okay, thank you.
I'll put him back as an attendee. Him up later. Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks, Michael.
No, I think this is the first time I've heard Michael Barrett not want to speak.
Okay,
And there is no one else signed up who is on the.
sounds good. Okay, I just had to plug my computer in. It's down to about 10%, and I know that's not going to make it through the night. So I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, at 6:55, we will be having a finance. Bear with me. 6:50. Yeah, 6:50. So that's
1
about
minute.
a minute. So we'll go into the finance for local law 1. Our final public hearing just took place for anyone out there watching. And we'll go into a finance to act on local law 1 in about 40 seconds. All right. Okay, I have 6:50. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I have our trusty flag. Councilmember Zaluski, I know you're in a sling, but can you lead us in the pledge?
Sure, I just can't put my hand over my heart.
That's okay. We'll put 2 for you.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. And no, Councilmember Zaluski and I did not get into a fight. We are both on injured reserve, shoulder and a hand. So, okay, roll call, Councilmember Gully.
Still here.
All right, Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Present.
Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember Cummings,
Present.
Councilmember Zaluski,
Here.
Councilmember McDermott,
Here.
Council President Mantello, all 7 present. Approval of minutes. We just have finance. I'll take a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as produced.
Thank you. Councilmember Zaluski motions. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Councilmember McDermott, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 7 ayes on the approval of minutes. Presentation of the agenda. As I mentioned, we have 1 local law, and that local law is all about installment agreements for the payment of delinquent taxes. This will hopefully allow some folks that weren't able to make their tax payments to hopefully catch up, trying everything we can do during this tough pandemic. Public forum. Mara, do we have anyone signed up for the finance?
No, we don't.
Thank you. Local Law 1, a local law amending Section C48H3 of the Charter of the City of Troy to authorize installment agreements for the payment of eligible delinquent taxes over a term of 36 months. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Yep, I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
I have a second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion or questions? I want to thank Rick Morrissey. He actually apprised us of this change that could be made. I believe it was through state law or an executive order, correct, Rick?
I believe it's through section 1184 in state law.
Yep. Thank you very much. And hopefully this will help some folks. Does anyone know, Rick, do you know some folks who will take advantage of this?
I don't know anyone personally, but when we recently extended the redemption date in the current in rem and notified everyone that they might be eligible to enter into a 3-year agreement with the city.
Perfect. Well, hopefully this saves some folks. So anyone out there, please contact the appropriate folks. Further questions, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right.
That was an aye from me. I just didn't get my speaker on in time.
No problem. Local Law 1 passes 7-0. No ordinances, no resolutions. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. See you all in about 6 minutes.
Hey, Mara,
Yes.
can you tell me when and
Yes.
when you sent the list of the speakers so I can pull them up on my phone? I'm going through all the emails.
I'll just resend it to you. That'll be easier. I'll
All
forward
right,
it.
all right, thanks.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I think we're all square. It's 7:02. Mara, we're on.
Yes.
Beautiful. I'll ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a flag with the countdown timer, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. And I also have a flag. How about leading us in the pledge, Councilmember McDermott?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember
You're welcome.
McDermott. We have a vacancy list. It's at the end of the agenda. Any questions before we move forward on that? I know sometimes Councilmember Cummings has some questions and others.
I did actually have a couple questions on the vacancy list. Thank you.
Could I ask to a roll call before we begin?
Oh, I apologize. Mara, please, roll call.
I mean, I know we've already done 3 tonight, but.
Sorry.
Councilmember Gully.
Here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Still here.
Councilmember Steele.
Still present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Zaluski.
I am here.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
And Council President Mantello.
I am here. Thank you, Mara.
7 present, none absent.
Okay, the vacancy list. We're back at it. Councilmember Cummings. I don't see the deputy mayor with us, but hopefully Andy or if someone isn't able to answer your questions, I'm sure they'll get back to you.
Yeah, I guess probably. The primary question was on it looks like there's 2 vacancies in code enforcement, so I wanted to check in on the timing and strategy for filling those.
Mayor, maybe the
Yes,
mayor.
I don't know where we are in the hiring process there. I'll have Monica reach out to you tomorrow with that information.
Great, thank you. And then same with the assistant planner, actually, you might as well.
I'm sorry, the same with the what?
Assistant planner position. I had heard there was a one hire there. Is this a
Yes.
vacancy? Or is
He
Uh,
actually started this week. So the vacancy list went out before he started. He started on Monday.
that's what I wanted to check. This isn't additional to that. This is that one that just got filled. Great, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I have a question, and I'm sure, Mayor, if you could get Monica to send us information on this. I'm looking to see where we are on the youth, the 2 youth specialists.
Yep, good question.
So we've done interviews. I know we have 3 outstanding candidates for 2 positions. So I don't know if I did not participate in those interviews. So I don't know if a final decision has been made on the 2 yet, but we're that close.
Okay,
If there's a change in that, I'll have someone get back to you tomorrow. That's
okay, and thank you. And the other one I'm looking at is the solid waste and the litter patrol, litter enforcement.
That's, is that the one we budgeted to start in July? I'm trying to remember. We'll get that
I think
information.
so.
for you.
Yeah, just.
It might have been a late start on that one. I know some of the positions were staggered this year when we put the budget together.
Yep. Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, sorry, I just.
Okay.
There was one more thing that jumped out, which is that it looks like we still have 3 vacancies in the MEO light, the machine operators. Is that still a challenge getting folks with the correct
GDL.
qualifications?
Yes, to my knowledge, we're, everybody's looking for CDLs, and some have more competitive pay scales than we do.
Is it?
So it's sort of a constant rolling opening. People come, other people leave.
Is this significant vacancy impacting operations significantly? Are there things we should be aware of or changing in the budget process in 2020?
I haven't gotten a request to change it in the budget process yet, but we're just about to begin that. So that may come to me yet.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, presentation of the agenda. We have a heavy agenda in front of us, folks. We have a number of folks who have signed up for the public forum. We have a local law, which we actually held our last public hearing this evening. We have a number of ordinances and some resolutions. So without further ado, I would like to move forward with our public forum. I believe we have about 31 speakers this evening. So put your coffee on and let's roll. Mara, do we have our first 3 speakers?
Council President?
Yes.
I think
oh,
Anasha, our
apologize.
Councilmember Cummings,
Yep,
to explain his innovation
Yep.
with the digital time.
Yeah.
A couple things I did want to point, I apologize. A few things, just countdown timer. I thank Councilmember Cummings. We have a countdown timer, which is on the Zoom screen, and Councilmember Cummings is going to tell us how that's going to work. And then number 2, I would just ask folks, as I always do, I'm not going to read the rules of decorum. I think you know them. I hope that all refrain from personal attacks on anyone, council members, the mayor, you name it, other folks. We're really looking forward to hearing from folks. We just ask that you please be respectful of each other and respectful of all the folks who are participating in this meeting tonight. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. Yeah, just for the speakers to be aware, we have added a countdown timer, which hopefully, if all works according to plan, will count down from 7 minutes. But when it gets to 1 minute, it will change colors and start counting faster. And then when it gets down to 30 seconds, it'll change colors again and tick every second. Up until then, it'll just tick every 10 and 5 seconds. So you'll see how that works, but it'll just basically give you a warning as it's getting towards the end of your time. If you are on mobile with Zoom, you may need to swipe to the side to make sure you can see that screen while you're talking. Hopefully that'll be helpful for you. And hopefully it'll allow us to reduce interruptions and such. If you are keeping an eye on it, that way you can get your thoughts out. So thanks a lot.
And just to be clear, I don't think Councilman Cummings meant that the time will count down faster. I think he means it'll be updated more frequently.
That is correct. You'll see as it's going. It'll start by counting down every 10 seconds. It'll tick, and then in the last 30 seconds, it'll count down second by second.
I want to clarify that.
Perfect.
So that way, it's less distracting for folks while they're talking, but also gives a clear indication when we're nearing the end.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. And we're going to open up the public forum when you kind of see that 6:40-ish or 6:50 coming. Just please try to wrap it up so we can get to the other speakers behind you. So thank you very much. And Mara, our first 3 speakers.
So I think we said earlier that Michael Barrett would go first since he had joined earlier. And after him will be Amy Halloran and then Angela Bueller.
Okie doke. Michael? Hello, Michael.
Good evening.
Hello again.
Yes. Madam President, esteemed members of the council, well, you heard my sales pitch 2 weeks ago at the Finance Committee meeting, so I'll try and be very brief. I am, of course, the director of the Burden Iron Works Museum. We celebrate the industrial heritage of the Capital District, particularly Troy. Our iron industry was, to a large degree, steam-driven. This excess piece of steam generator remnant that is currently on the Skolite property is the last major element of any of that steam-powered industrial history. We would be delighted to take it from the Skolite property and reinstall it on the grounds of the Burden Iron Works Museum as an exhibit, which will protect it for public viewing and for industrial historians to appreciate. There isn't an awful lot of it left, although when I say not an awful lot, we're still estimating there's about 100,000 pounds of metal. So it's still a major project, and we are holding money that will allow us, I believe, to successfully complete that within the 1 year. How's that? Minute and a half.
Thank you, Michael. That was awesome, and we're really looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Okay. Take care. All right, next on the list, we have Amy Halloran. Hello, Amy. Hi, Amy.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm excited to give my sales pitch too, which is for a more just approach to Troy. I am a resident of the Hillside neighborhood in Troy, and I'm lucky enough to have my house here because students and activists in the 1970s fought an expansion of the Hoosick Street Bridge, which was going to include decimation of my house, more of the neighborhood, and all the way up to St. Mary's Hospital. I bring this up because that story of the bridge is part of the disinvestment in our city that went along with decades of redlining and disinvestment in certain neighborhoods in Troy. I wish that you could see my face too. Could I do that?
Sure.
Oh, there. Okay. I'm addressing you, my city council members, because we share, as white people, an opportunity and duty to change things, as those students did with the bridge. We live in a legacy of terrible history of opportunities for Black and brown people in America. Hiring more community policing is not going to invest in the city. We need to work on better outcomes through the general investment that the white and not redlined neighborhoods of Troy have been granted. I chose to live in Troy over Albany because the population is about half the size, and I believed that my voice would matter. I do hope that my voice is mattering to you who have the power to approve how money is going to be spent. Whether we're going to try to create more futures for people that don't include heavy surveillance, that do include more opportunities to jobs, safer educational opportunities, more access to income that will allow people to simply feed themselves and opt into home ownership. All of these things can be achieved by saying a simple no to this idea, which was the last idea on the police reform bullet list. We need investment. We don't need more police. I trust that you will really take to heart this decision. This is a community of a lot of residents, not many of whom are socioeconomically represented right now. So please use your voice, use your power to empower our fellow Trojans who need more resources, not more policing. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you for joining us this evening. Okay, next we have Angela Beeler. We'll wait for Amy to duck out and we'll bring Angela in.
And after Angela is going to be Annie Borthwick, excuse me, Bob Blackman, and Chell Miller.
Who was the third one?
Chell Miller.
Okay. And the first one's last name? Annie
Borthwick.
Thank you. Yep. Thanks, Mara. Okay, I believe we have Angela with us. Angela?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Someone's on there.
I'm on the, I think I got to, I think I went to Annie by mistake. Annie, are you there? Okay. I'm not sure what happened.
Somebody's here. Hello? Hi, Angela. I see your name, and there you are. Thank you for joining us, Angela. In case you didn't hear, we have a countdown timer. Thanks. All right.
I see that. Yeah, thank you. Hello, City Council. So I wanted to start by looking at the PRRC report. There's two intertwining questions that initiate the report. It begins by discussing the varying responsibilities that police hold, responding to a child in need of a domestic dispute or responding to violence or a crime. And the report asks, are there tasks that can come off their plate? And this is a question that we can agree on. What needs can be better met by entities other than the police? The report then turns to the quote, great passion expressed by affinity groups and resident respondents to the PRRC for investments in community, supporting people, communities, neighborhoods, families, while providing a greater range of opportunity and, quote, decreasing likelihood of interactions with the criminal justice system. Something that adding more police doesn't do, regardless of if they are the normal beat or if they're community police. Adding more police brings on more surveillance, more interaction with them, and particularly in a police department that continues to deny systemic racism, I don't think it's really going to be a good interfacing. Youth services, diversion and reentry programs, safe, affordable housing, mental health services, childcare, job training, affordable healthcare are listed in the report. I would add trauma resources and ongoing emergency support in cases of fire, as we've been seeing so many in Troy recently and displacing so many. Trauma resources for those who have been facing violence and violence in their communities. And what I have to ask is, this is where the report begins, but where did the mayor and city council actually begin after signing off on this report? The very last recommendation, number 16, the only one that recommends to add more cops and increase the policing budget. The mayor today on the news said this is low-hanging fruit and we need to show some kind of thing that we're moving. And I think that is a really terrible way to look at this. There are things that you committed to in this report, and I'm wondering what's happening with those. Beginning here with adding more police and increasing the police budget just shows us your priorities. You show a lack of care or concern for the overwhelming voices calling for social investment. Now, while the initial draft of this report had no timelines or suggestions for oversight, they eventually were added in, and we're wondering where those are at. It says on number 13, within 1 month, we're past 1 month now, a working group will be formed around diversion programs. Number 14, within 1 month, a working group will be formed in terms of reentry programs. And I would like to suggest too that there are 2 things at play that feel urgent to address. Reallocating money to social services and instigating investment in programs like diversion, reentry, among others, to keep youth out of the criminal justice system. And the other significant urgent need in Troy is police oversight. But I would say, the mayor's agenda seems to be that of the police union and not that of the community. And this is where we're starting, adding more police instead of addressing systemic racism, needs of social services, community investment. And it's an avoidance of the calls for police oversight that would come with the Police Oversight Review Board, release of disciplinary records, or a system for us to access those and more. So we need an update on that too. In the report, it says itself that new members were already recruited to serve on the board, and that updated policies and procedures will ensure that this will be citizen-led initiative. What is going on with that? What's happening with developing a system for access to police disciplinary records, and why aren't FOIA requests being, answered in a timely manner? 50A was repealed last year. We are very late on this game here in Troy. And I think Amy Halloran raises a very good point about, redlining. The last finance meeting, Ken Zalewski said, I happen to live in the East Side neighborhood. We don't ask for a lot of police. It's a pretty quiet neighborhood. But my job is to make sure I'm looking out for all citizens of Troy. And this is just a troubling euphemism, a quiet neighborhood. And what it actually acknowledges all of the things that we're asking for. That if a community has investment, if they have resources, if they have generational wealth, if they have things for their kids to do, that this is what will stop the cycle of interfacing and entering the criminal justice system. There's this history of redlining, the practice of denying a creditworthy applicant a loan for housing in a certain neighborhood, even though they might otherwise be eligible. A systemic practice that began in the 30s and went on through the 70s and 80s that both kept people from having loans to invest in their community and denying it, giving it to some neighborhoods and denying it in redline neighborhoods. Every one of you on the city council, except for Anasha, lives in a neighborhood that if you look at these maps, were labeled the better neighborhoods, which means that they've been receiving historic investment for people to own their homes, to encourage people to invest in their community because they've had that investment in them. That is a legacy that takes so much more than a Band-Aid of throwing more money into it's the biggest budget in the city to have more police, to put them on the streets in a system, in a policing system here that refuses to acknowledge its own racism and brings people into further danger. I've been listening to people such as Jerry Ford talking about cops coming to the Little League game over the weekend and having to actually be that voice in between that intervenes on behalf of youth so that they're not facing potential violence from police. It's a reality. And so, the reason that a neighborhood is quiet, is not calling on police, is because it has had investment. So when you say that, Ken, are proving the point that community investment in social services over time, something generational and historical, has created the situation that puts some people at harm and lacking protection and other people having it. And, I know it's a difficult thing, and all we have sometimes are the police, and that's what people call on. And that's why people call for you to ask for more police, because they don't know what else to do. They feel really tied in the system. But I'm telling you, this is not the answer right now to put more into the system that really, really needs to be addressed for its problems that it already has. Vote no on ordinance 23. Give it more time for discussion. We're all begging you that. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And we appreciate all your comments. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Annie Borthwick. Hi, Annie. Hello. Mara, is Annie with us?
I don't, she's not muted, so I don't know. I don't know if she's got a connection problem or something, but we'll have to move on to the next person. I can't.
Annie? I see you're muted. Okay, we'll go with our next person, Bob Blackman, please. Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob. You're on mute. Hi there.
Okay.
There you are. Hello, Bob.
Hi there. I guess I'm the first of several speakers from the Justice Center of Rensselaer County. I'll begin by saying that that we in the center strongly support community policing. There's no question about that. We wholeheartedly agree that police officers should get to know the community. They should walk in the streets and talk, stop and chat with citizens. They should show interest in their welfare, and they should do these things regardless of race. Everyone should be treated with the highest respect. However, we strongly object to what we consider to be a white supremacist attitude of many of the Troy policemen. We object to their lack of respect for people of color. We object to their verbal abuse of people of color. And of course, we object to the police murdering Black people as they did at St. Evelyn. We also object to the way that case has been so terribly mishandled by public officials and the PBA over the past 5 years. And as you know, that case has been plagued with lots of cover-up. So yes, we're all for community policing, something long needed in Troy, but we do not agree that hiring additional police officers is the proper way to achieve community policing. As we've said over and over again, we must provide and require anti-racist training of all our police officers. In all the comments that were made in the PRRC process, the public forums, and at council meetings, virtually all speakers spoke of the need to address and abolish systemic racism in the TPD. It makes you wonder, I know you were hearing, but you have to wonder, were you listening? No one, not even suggested that the answer to community policing is to hire more officers and call them community police. The very fact that you are considering doing this is, I believe, a blatant admission that the officers already employed are not willing to take up the duty of community policing. It's an admission, we think, that the current system is a failure, and we certainly agree with that. So forget hiring new people. Train and require the existing force to simply behave themselves and to serve and treat all Trojans with respect and dignity, regardless of race, regardless of the community in which they live. And fire the officers who can't cooperate with that. Use that money, as previous speakers have said, for programs, for anti-racist training, invest in youth programs, and for heaven's sakes, fix the swimming pool that has had trees growing in it for years. We encourage you to, let's have some compassionate and creative thinking for a change. Now that completes my prepared remarks, but I've got a little time left. And I would really like, I know you probably won't do it here, but we really would like to know how many police officers the city of Troy has. The numbers that are floating around out there range from 130 or 131 to as few as 70 or 90 officers, with some on some kind of leave, leaving 70 active police officers. I think it's only fair that the citizens of Troy, the people who pay the salaries of these people, should know how many employees we have. And I have sent emails to public officials in Troy, and I haven't even received the courtesy of an acknowledgement of those emails having been received. We're just asking for, how many cops do we have? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. And we'll be happy to have Brian Owens talk about that at the regular meeting. We did talk about that at the finance, but thank you very, very much for joining us. Okay, next on the list, we have Shell Miller.
And after Chell will be Dan Pfeiffer, Denise Pickering, and Deirdre Shea.
What was the last one, Mari? You count down.
I'm going in order of the list I sent you, so it's except for the people who aren't here. Dan Pfeiffer, Denise Pickering, and Deirdre Shea.
I have it. I have it. We were going kind of back and forth on a couple, so. All right. Thank you for joining us, Chell. I believe she'll be with us shortly. Hi, Chell. Thank you for joining us.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Chell Miller. I am a Troy resident. I'm actually joining you tonight from Albany because, as we know, Troy is not the only city in our area with a systemic racism problem in its police and its city. I'm here as a survivor of sexual violence. I'm also a survivor advocate. So I spend my days working with survivors and their support networks to help folks heal, help folks find justice and accountability, and also prevent future violence. So there's a story that many of us in the sexual violence prevention field know, and we call it the river story or the river parable. So you're sitting by the riverbank. You notice babies floating through the river. You're concerned because that doesn't make sense. They shouldn't be there. You work to retrieve them from the river, make sure they're safe. You start to notice more and more people of all ages, of all races, are floating down this river. You build up systems to take people out of the river. Eventually you see that only white folks are getting pulled out, only people with money, only people who are not disabled. What we're trying to do is to encourage City Council and the City of Troy to move upstream. What we need to do is move up the river, figure out why people are falling in to begin with. Are there bridges with holes in them? Is somebody pushing them into the river? What is happening upstream? And where can we prevent people from falling through the cracks? So you've heard from speakers already. You're going to hear from many more. The second point in the police reform plan was community investment. And that's what we're prioritizing. Many of us want to, in the long run, defund the police, defund the Troy PD. And that's absolutely something that we're asking for. Right now, the question is, are you going to add more funding to the police department budget? Or are you going to invest in the community? Are you going to repair those holes in the bridges? Are you going to stop people from falling in? And I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chell. Thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you for working on behalf of so many folks out there. Okay, next we have, bear with me, I apologize, Dan Pfeiffer. Dan? Hi, you're on mute. There you are. Hi, Dan.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have two simple points that I want to make. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks. I have 2 points that I want to make, but before I get to that, I want to review the demands from organizers who've been doing this work for a lot longer than me, from Troy for Black Lives. I expect that a lot of you are familiar with these demands. A lot of us have been repeating them on these calls for a long time. Demand number 1, cops stop killing us and our children. We demand cops stop killing us and our children. We demand cops stop killing us and our children. You may notice I'm only reading the first demand. 5th demand, cops stop killing us and our children. That might have been number 4, actually. Cops stop killing us and our children. Finally, cops stop killing us and our children. And I don't mean to use this time to be hyperbolic. I think a lot of you may just need to hear that read 6 times out loud. A lot of you may have children or are close to families with children. The 2 points that I want to make are pretty simple. I mean, the first point is just you've demonstrated in this process a failure of imagination. You formed a work group called Reimagine Safety. You know, there's a lot of words in there. They're lofty words. They aspire to something that I don't think was achieved. You reimagined more funding for police. What you've done politically is you've demonstrated that the only way through this is abolition. You're demonstrating that this process is incapable of reform. You're showing the very failure of the system by not actually taking us seriously when we come to you, you know, meeting after meeting. You're not listening. And then the second point that I want to make is each of you are going to vote tonight. And I think a lot of us expect a predictable outcome. I think we all kind of know how those votes are going to go. And each of you will leave office. You're not going to be on city council forever. At some point in the next year, weeks, I don't know. I mean, these days it's hard to say. Troy PD is going to kill another person. The conditions that led to Edson Thevenin getting killed have not been addressed. They're ongoing. I mean, a lot of these processes overlapped with a failure to seek justice. Trying to shut down the civil case. There's not a seriousness on the part of city council. Each of you is going to leave office, and on that day, when you read that headline, you're going to think back to right now when you could have done something, when you could have taken this process seriously. And I just want you to remember this moment when you didn't act in a way that took the process seriously. Thank you for the time and your attention.
Dan, thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you again. Okay, next we have Denise Pickering. We'll wait for Denise to join us. Mara, I see Dave Publo. Mara?
Sorry, I'm having a technical issue here. Hold on just a sec.
Okay. I'll be so happy when I go back in person. I missed.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I think I'm getting it sorted out. It's I don't know, my thing's
Oh, and I apologize.
funny.
On the chat, you have.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, you have Denise. Did Dina Swenson not join us? She was after Dan.
No, she did not, she's not logged in.
Okay, fair enough. Hi, Denise. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everybody. I'm here with my friend Diane Simpson is joined as well. So thank you for taking the time to allow me to speak here. My name is Denise Pickering and I live in downtown Troy. I moved here almost 5 years ago for work. I'm an educator and teach at the college level, and I really, really love Troy. I'm saddened to hear that the Troy City Council is considering adding 6 community officers as its first action from the March PRRC report from Mayor Madden. My understanding is that there were many recommendations made by the Black and Brown members of the PRRC and community, and that they were barely addressed in the mayor's report. And the community is understandably disappointed, angered, and confused by this being the first action for consideration. As a member of the Troy community, I am also disappointed, angry, and confused. I'm also saddened to know that prior to this decision that the city of Troy did not begin to address the governor's June 2020 Executive Order 203 until February. My limited understanding is that the members of the affinity groups met for 2 days to prepare recommendation. After the mayor's report, many community members, including ones from the committee and affinity groups, reported feeling dismissed, disrespected, and tokenized. They showed up and put the time in and maybe felt hope that this time would be different. Trust has been severed again. The report did not acknowledge any racism, history of racism in Troy or within the Troy Police Department. That is a huge disappointment. I've been a behavioral health specialist for over 30 years in various capacities as a counselor, educator, consultant. And one of the key ingredients for change is to acknowledge that a problem exists. Until such problems or issues can be acknowledged, little chance of true and lasting change can or does occur. For over 30 years, I've been involved in social justice through my work, research, advocacy efforts, and community involvement. Racism is a problem in our country, state, and community, including Troy, as it is in most communities. People recognize overt racism, but often people, especially white people, have not been aware of less overt racism, such as Jim Crow laws, redlining, dog whistle politics, racial profiling, and the overrepresentation of people of color who are in our jails and prison system. All of these exist. White people are often not aware of these as they are often not so affected, but actually we're all affected by racism in all of its forms. My friends, loved ones, and colleagues of color are tired of teaching white people about racism and have been for a long time. After many years of attempting to do this, they are understandably tired as though progress has been made. There is still a huge issue, especially with the disproportionate number of people of color who were pulled over, arrested, and killed by police. My friends say, you need to figure this out and do your own work. I agree. The public lynching of George Floyd and deaths of too many others, including Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery last year. After that, approximately 11,000 people showed up in downtown Troy and in support of Black Lives Matters. I felt really hopeful. People came together. Real change seemed like a possibility in our country and in our community. Considering the facts that racism exists and that our country is founded on racist policies and institutionalized racism is hard. Also, addressing these issues versus avoiding, explaining, or minimizing is key to change. I'm not anti-police. I'm for police reform. Perhaps adding additional community officers in the future will be something that is done, but not as the first step in addressing the racism that exists in the Troy Police Department. Please listen to the communities of color, look at your own privilege and racism, and please have the courage to acknowledge that racism exists in our community and police department, and then do something different. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening, Denise, and thank you for your comments. Okay. Next is Deirdre Shea.
After Deirdre is going to be Elizabeth Press, Ellie Irons, and Eric Wish.
Thank you, Mara. Hi, Deirdre. Thank you for joining us this evening. Hi there. You're on mute, Denise, Deirdre.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Thank you. Please start over.
Hi, my name is Deirdre Shea. I live in District 5. I also run an industrial design consultancy with my partner, Julian Goldman, up at the Firehouse on 10th and Hoosick, which is District 3. I wanted to address the proposal to add 6 new police officers to the force. I realize that many of the council people have made up their minds already, but I want to share my perspective as a businesswoman who is interested in keeping my consultancy here. I'm pretty new to Troy. We moved here in October of 2020 to be closer to family, and also because it's quite close to cities where we have clients like New York and Boston, and it's an amazing city, and we're really happy here so far. I really don't want to speak for the folks in this community. I can only speak from my perspective as a woman who is interested in growing my business in a healthy city, and also from the perspective of someone who has grown up in 2 East Coast post-industrial towns, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which is often held up as an example of post-industrial renewal, and Baltimore, Maryland, which is statistically one of the most gun violent cities in the country. I love both cities very much. I've heard my district council person, Ken Zalewski, and I've also heard Mayor Madden say in the last meeting that when asked, people say they want more police. Yet I would like to know, when you ask people, did you talk to folks about alternative solutions? Have you investigated other effective avenues to address crime when you talk to them? I'm a product designer by trade, and the first rule when you have an idea for a product that you think of, you have to do some user research. And part of that is talking to people, polling and running workshops. And let's say, for example, if someone is peeling a potato, let's say because the only utensil, let me start over. If someone's peeling a potato and they're having trouble with it because the only utensil they have available in Troy to peel that potato is a spoon, then I have this great idea for a huge, beautiful butcher knife. And I bring that to my user and I say, here's this butcher knife. You can peel this potato with this butcher knife instead of using this spoon. They're probably going to take it because it's a slightly more effective tool than the spoon, even though it's really big. They might hurt themselves, they might cut themselves, and the risk is high, but it's still a little bit better than the spoon. Now, if I went and did a little bit of user research and I was like, oh, there are a few other tools out there, like there's a paring knife, there's a potato peeler, and there's this beautiful butcher knife idea that I have, I'm going to bring all of them to this user and see which one they pick. And they might pick the butcher knife, but they're probably going to pick a tool that's a little bit more useful for them, like the potato peeler or the paring knife, or even both. And the thing that is so frustrating, and I'll continue with the metaphor, so bear with me, is that what seems to be happening here is that people are asking for a potato peeler or even a paring knife or some combination of the two before you even hand them the butcher knife. But you are saying that we have this great idea, it's a butcher knife, and that's what you get, you know? People are saying that they have better ideas for better solutions. And I would get fired if I pushed my concept through despite what my user research tells me as a professional product designer. If I understand Councilman Anusha Cummings' spreadsheet last meeting, the hiring of 6 more police officers will cost the taxpayers of Troy about $10 million over the next 20 years. And correct me if I'm wrong after I speak, for sure, if I'm inaccurate, but I saw that number. And a business that hired me to design a product for them would never invest that kind of money in a product I designed based on that kind of research. I don't understand why this is acceptable when you are dealing with the quality of people's lives. We're not even just talking about a small product that's going to be sold in a store, you know? We're talking about people's lives. When I was growing up in Pittsburgh, I attended an after-school program that was partially funded by the city that offered under-resourced students a place to learn crafts like ceramics and glass blowing and woodworking and metalworking. And I feel like my life has been directly impacted by that after-school program. I'm an industrial designer with a specialty in ceramic material manufacturing. This program also offered job training and opportunities for graduating students to go on and teach what they learned to incoming students. So it was a neighborhood self-funding cycle, right, of learning. Let's give our kids of Troy these kinds of opportunities. You know, as a businesswoman, it's my point of view that to cultivate and strengthen and nurture opportunities for the human beings in Troy makes a healthy and strong community. And healthy and strong communities are attractive to folks like me who are interested in bringing my work and my clients and my family and my business here, just as it is attractive to the businesses that will give opportunities and pay taxes to fund our schools and after school programs. A healthy and strong community is what makes a city grow, not a punitive system that brings more violence to people's lives and no solution. And that's what brings renewal to cities like Pittsburgh. And I think that Troy has the opportunity here to direct the funds that you have outlined for these police officers to something that can really help Troy blossom and grow and help give these employment and opportunities and after school opportunities and creative opportunities to the communities that need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Deirdre, and thank you for your comments. Okay, next we have Elizabeth Press. Hi, Elizabeth. You're with the Troy City Council.
Can you hear me?
Sure can. Thank you for joining us. There you are.
Hi, thank you for having me. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've spent a lot of time listening throughout this process, and this is actually the first time that I'm joining here to speak. I think I've interviewed most of you as you are all coming into office for the Hudson Mohawk magazine, and I usually like to take that role. I attended the PRRC meetings, and I have heard the community express their concern for how Troy is policed. I have interviewed community members, and I've heard about the lack of trust that exists in the PRRC process. It says my internet is unstable, so maybe I'll just take a breath. And I didn't hear the few community members that were invited to engage with this process ask for more police. Actually, since this idea was moved on to fund for more cops, I have only heard these groups that were invited to the table ask, and many community members ask you to vote no on Ordinance 23. This means we ask you not to move $182,731 over to the police budget on this vote tonight, and not to start this hiring process for 6 more cops. I heard those groups in several public events over the last couple of weeks. They've said that they've been tokenized. They've said they've not been listened to. I heard them at speakouts. I've heard them at town halls. I've heard them at press conferences, including one today. And are you still really going to push through and vote yes today on this after many of these groups that were invited to the table are asking you not to do this? Many people say that, and some of you have said that this move, hiring more police officers to put in the neighborhoods, will build trust and bridges. But isn't the very process of not hearing the community come out doing the opposite of that? Today, I went around to several downtown businesses and engaged in conversation about adding more cops. And since I noticed, and none of them were saying that they wanted more, the ones that I went to, the ones that were POC owned. I did see that I did that because I looked through the minutes from the last meeting, and I noticed that there's business owners, Vic Christopher, for instance, the owner of the Cookie Factory, the owner of other businesses that are in support of this, but they are not POC community members. So I'm just curious, what does the community need to say to get you to hear us, to get you to hear people saying that this is not the solution that we want at this time? As you know, because you've been emailed, there is a petition online. As of this call, 344 people signed it, saying that they do not support this vote. And in the comments of the petition, people even went on to say more. You may not have gotten this email. It may have gone to your junk mail. So I just want to make sure that some of those voices and some of those names are highlighted in the last few minutes that I have here today, because that's no small number, that 300 in 4 days, that almost 350 people had said in this petition that they don't want this in our city at this time, that they want you to do something different, that they want you to invest in our community. And some of those people are on this call tonight, but some of them may not be. So I hope I don't say your name wrong, but I probably will. Katie Woodell says, Troy needs to solve social problems, not whitewash over them with more of the same. Shev Profka says, resources should be thoughtfully allocated with a focus on improving outcomes. Community programs that promote health and safety are much more necessary than more police, and more police will only further tensions and perpetuate violence. Aaron Sickler, listen to the community most affected. Put resources into services that can diffuse mental health and domestic violence situations. Jennifer Stahl, this is not what our region needs at this time. Why would this be the way to go with needed to address systemic racism first and out money into community, not policing? No thanks, she says. Leslie Peltier, I feel the community is in much need of funds for families and places where children can go instead of being on the streets. Someone says, Troy needs Kiani. But as I continue to read, I think, we heard Deanna Swenson speak at the town hall on Sunday, and thank you, Ken, and thank you, Sue, for being there and listening. And Ken, I hope hearing these voices does change your mind. But Deanna says on this petition that she's signing it for a multitude of reasons. I live in North Central. My whole time living in North Central, almost 13 years, I have raised 2 daughters, and I'm now raising 2 grandchildren who need more programs for them. There isn't even swings in the 7th Avenue Park. So she goes on, and I see that I'm running out of time, but she is asking and begging to invest in North Central and not to invest in more police at this time. And lastly, I know you all got these signatures in your email, but there was a hiccup with change.org, and I would love to be able to, after the fact, when change.org is up, to be able to submit these into tonight's record. So thank you very much for giving me this time, and that's it.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you for your comments this evening. Thank you. Next, we have Ellie Irons. Hi, Ellie. Thank you for joining us this evening. You're with the Troy City Council. Hi, Ellie.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here once again to urge you, as you might expect, not to hire 6 new Troy PD officers. As was emphasized today during the Troy People's Council press conference, and many, many times before that, there are so many other possibilities. Please invest this money elsewhere in ways that will help reduce the stark inequities present across Troy. As many have said, we need safe and affordable housing. The fires we've been seeing recently come to mind. Mental health services, infrastructure like community centers, pools, and parks, and of course, a functional police oversight and review board with subpoena power. Anything else besides expanding the police department? To echo what Elizabeth Press was just saying, I'm heartened to see these 300 plus signatures coming in and some of the comments on them. I was able to get a look at the comments, the pro hiring comments that came in last week, 20 something, maybe more. I was disappointed and even sickened of that rhetoric, fearful, simplistic rhetoric shared by many of the downtown business owners who spoke out. It's glad to see that Elizabeth had gone around and spoken to some of the POC business owners because we didn't hear from them there, although they have been, some of them participating in some of these forums. Anyway, back to this rhetoric, writing in to say that more police provide basically a better shopping and consuming experience for their customers. Encoded in this rhetoric of public safety and community policing is a dehumanizing, morally void approach to those engaging those community members most impacted by systemic inequities, those inequities that policing just can't solve. As community members, activists, and organizations representing the Rensselaer County Justice Center, to the Troy Coalition of Black Leaders, to the New York Civil Liberties Union, and more have said Troy desperately needs more mental health and addiction services through a trauma-based lens to provide life-saving support to community members. The Troy PD has a terrible record and reputation in the Capital Region and beyond, and as many have expressed, Mayor Madden and Chief Owens have provided no reason for us to have any confidence that these new hires will act any differently from those who are already employed. Systemic racism is present within the Troy PD. The PRRC process has done nothing to change that fact, and that systemic racism will pervade the department even as it grows. So let's not let it grow until we figure this out. As activist, advocate, and Troy for Black Lives member Luz Marquez Benbow said at last month's event marking the 5-year anniversary of Edson Thevenon's murder, if you want to stop gun violence, stop white supremacy. If you want to stop gun violence, stop white supremacy. Yes, without a systemic overhaul to uproot systemic racism, additional armed municipal officers on our streets and sidewalks just amplifies the possibility for more tragedies like the murder of Edson Thevenon, the shooting of Damik McDonald, and the brutalization of John Larkin. Troy deserves better. Please, please open your ears and hearts to other possibilities. Okay. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for joining us, Sally, and thank you for your comments this evening. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Eric Wisher.
And after Eric Wisher will be Irene Soriento, Jessica Ashley, and Jessica Maxwell.
Thank you, Mara. Hi, Eric. Thank you for joining us. You're with the Troy City Council. Hello, you're on mute. If I had $1 for every time I say that. Hello, Aaron.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, thank you.
All right. I'd like to address the council tonight concerning the recent fires throughout the city. I've written a letter here I'm going to read to the mayor and the council members. It says, I'm writing regarding the safety of the membership of the Troy Uniformed Firefighters Local 86. The safety of our membership is paramount to us. The call volume of the fire department has more than doubled since 2003 when there were approximately 6,350 calls for service to the fire department. That's from the State Fire website. Since then, to the present day, calls for service has more than doubled to 2018 when calls for service were over 13,000, according to Chief McMahon. The current way we run with Engine 2 and Medic 2 being cross-staffed, the members jumping back and forth from ambulance to fire engine at Station 2, and Truck 1, Medic 1 doing the same jumping back and forth from the ladder truck to the ambulance to Station 1 with the increase in call volume is a tragedy waiting to happen. On the night of March 5th, 2021, the ambulances were all in quarters when a call came in for the fire that night. During that fire, a woman's frantic cries for help were heard from a fourth floor apartment in the alley of the Hill Stationery. That woman was rescued by the crew of Medic 4, the city's only full-time ambulance crew. Luckily, all turned out well for her. More recently, the fire at 388 4th Street, crews arrived to find 3 buildings on fire and spreading to a 4th building. When all first and second alarm crews arrived, that equates to 1 engine crew per building and 2 buildings per ladder truck crew to ventilate, leaving Medic 4 to work with them and the rescue squad to search for people in 4 buildings. While all these crews are hard at work at these 4 buildings, and even as mutual aid companies arrive on the scene, throughout the duration of this fire, there was no RIT team, a rapid intervention team on scene. The RIT team is one who stays outside, a team of 2 guys who stays outside ready to rescue any firefighters who may become trapped and sound the call Mayday. While waiting on scene, they also can assist with the placement of escape ladders that trapped crews may need to access from upper floor windows or the roof. This crew did not exist for the duration of that fire. Another safety issue that was lacking was a safety officer on scene to monitor the locations of crews in the fire buildings and check their status throughout the fire duration. UFA members stated that they used up to 5 SCBA bottles, Scott Pack bottles, during the operations of this fire. This is unacceptable in today's standards. The fire department currently has no firefighter rehab at any fires to monitor firefighters' condition after just 2 SCBA bottles. Another safety issue is the near loss of 4 firefighters from the roof of the 4-unit structure at 384 and 386 4th Street. Conditions changed quickly on the roof, and 4 members who had to wait for a ladder to be moved after a second-floor window self-vented and made escape impossible without moving the ladder to another spot. Luckily, again, all made it down. The safety issues I mentioned, the RIT team, the safety officer, the firefighter rehab, all require manpower, firefighters, to do these jobs. The next fire at 377 9th Street, crews arrived at 3 buildings heavily involved with fire. 2 crews made entry into the building of 379 9th Street to search for occupants. During this time, a supply line, LDH, was laid to a hydrant at 9th and Middleburg Streets. As soon as this hydrant was opened, there was no water pressure from the hydrant. This forced crews to back out of the building. I spoke to Chris Whalen at City Hall on May 4th. He stated they checked the hydrants the day after the fire and all was good. I told him I saw the email stating multiple rigs were on the same water main, and that was the problem. This was not the case, as I stated to him. There was no water pressure when the first rig was hooked to the hydrant. Being that, he stated, they were fine the next day, it does not seem that they were clogged. Hopefully this issue can be figured out. We've had many fires in the past on that block with no water issues. Being that there was no water pressure, multiple crews had to be diverted to search for better water sources. This takes more firefighters to do that task and takes them away from other duties that they're supposed to do in the fire ground. Again, at this fire, no RIT team, no firefighter rehab. All was said and done, crews were placed in service. The medic units 1, 2, and 4 ran calls all night long with no rehab or rest till the end of their shift at 8 a.m. With all that being said, the safety of our members as well as the public is lacking without the proper staffing of all fire department apparatus. These crews could provide the lacking safety issues of no RIT team, no firefighter rehab, and the lack of ambulances on the fire ground for injured patient transport, as well as for the potential firefighter injuries. We hope that you take the lack of these important safety issues and consider properly staffing the fire department to meet the crucial needs of today's call volume. Very truly yours, Troy UFA Local 86, President Eric Wisher.
Thank you, Eric. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'd also like to state at the previous finance meeting, we read a letter in support of the community police officers. We think interaction with the community is a good thing. It's no different at the firehouse. There's a bench outside, people stop, they interact with us. It builds good relations in the community, we think. So, but we think these important safety issues also need to be addressed. And we hope that you take the time and look into these issues and address them properly.
Thank you, Eric. And you sent us that letter?
I'm going to email it right after the meeting.
Okay, fair enough. And I think I can speak for all of us. We take these concerns very seriously and received recommendations earlier from other folks and Council Member Zaluski Ash McPherson have both mentioned other initiatives. So we will look at this in the bigger picture, short-term, long-term goals. Thank you.
Okay, the mayor's also previously stated twice in the past.
Oh, you conked out. Okay. We make sure.
That was me. I accidentally, I thought he was done. I'm sorry.
No problem. The mayor, you can tell us what you told him. Okay, next on the list, we have Irene Soriento. Hi, Irene, you're with the Troy City Council. Thank you for joining us. You're on mute. Hi there.
Hello, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Sure can. Thank
Hi.
you for joining us.
Thank you so much for letting me speak, Council President Mantello and all the other council members. I really appreciate it. I would like to first and foremost state that I stand by our police and our fire department, and I want to thank them for their service and dedication to our community. The one thing and very most important thing that both the fire and the police have in common is public safety. And you can never put a price tag on public safety to keep us residents safe, that's for sure. It is very unfortunate of all the fires that did happen over the weekend. We lost a child from that. And also with the shootings that happened within the last couple of months, that we almost lost a child from that. Thankfully, he survived. But also about a year ago, we did actually lose a child from all the shootings. Therefore, I want to say that, you know, I have 2 children of my own. So, you know, it's very scary to think that, you know, my kids could be innocent bystanders for if there ever became another drive-by shooting and my kids were in the middle of that. I do stand by and support funding our police with additional members in our police department, 100%. I'm sorry, I'm not going to talk about kitchen utensils like others have. I'm just going to get right to the point. We need our law enforcement. We need our police. It'll not only bring trust and transparency between the community and the police department, but it's going to fill the gap for when they are responding to all these active shootings and all these crimes, and they're so short-staffed that they can't respond to non-emergency situations. That is an issue. It's a very big issue. And so therefore, I do support more police on duty. We need to fund more police. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Irene. And once again, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good night.
You too.
Yeah. Next on the list, we have Jessica Ashley. We'll wait a minute for Jessica to join us. Hi, Jessica. Hello there. You're on mute and you're with the Troy City Council.
That's what I knew.
Hi there.
Yes, yes, you can't see me. Okay. Can you see me?
Not yet.
Okay, well, all righty. Well, I'll just go ahead and speak.
We can wait a minute. We'd love to see you.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll just go forward. In reference to adding 6 new police officers to the Troy Police Department, I see that as a travesty. We had already met, numerous members of numerous groups met and discussed concerns and what needed to be done. Are we still there?
Yes. Oh, yeah. You're totally on. Thank you.
Okay. Discussed what needed to be done to reform our police department, police reform. And those ideas were shared with the mayor, and other members to help us make our city, our police department better. That all of that information was apparently discarded. I need to take you back a little bit in the history of the Black and Brown community with the Troy Police Department. In the 70s, because some of you think that the biggest thing was just the murder of Edson Thevenin, and that has us all upset. That is not the only killing in Troy. There were many killings, but these are the ones that stand out in my mind. In the 70s, there was a young man named Ricky Middleton. Ricky, I grew up with him and went to high school with him in Lansingburg. Ricky allegedly hung himself in the 70s in the Troy Police Department. Interestingly, he was severely beaten, and it was evident when his body was given to his family that he was severely beaten, and allegedly he hung himself. None of us ever believed that. We believed then, I believed then, and we believe then, and I believe now, as a remaining survivor, that Ricky was murdered by the police. Then you had a young man named Herbie Flowers. In around 2006, Herbie allegedly there was a police chase in South Troy. The police stopped him. Witnesses said they saw the police, they watched the police, they were beating Herbie. And so Herbie died. Herbie died in his car. By the time they got him out and took him to the hospital, he was dead. And allegedly, Herbie swallowed drugs, and that's allegedly what he died from. But again, witnesses testified or stated that the cops were beating Herbie in his car, and he lost consciousness, and he never gained consciousness. Now, this is information that those of us in the Black and Brown community knew about. And so then you come to Edson Thevenin's killing, which was one of the most brazen murders, because all these other killings got covered up, but this one was so different because, you know, the police were able to actually, or the police officer was able to actually take his gun out and shoot Edson Thevenin 8 times for no just reason, no logical reason other than the fact he wanted to kill a man. So with that said, there are trust issues that have never been addressed and apparently aren't going to be addressed if all we do is try to gloss over the root problems in this city, add more police to an already very unstable environment. You said the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Do you really listen to those words? At liberty and justice for all. What is justice? If you cannot have your children safely walk out and not be accosted by the police and brutalized by the police. I personally have witnessed from childhood to this very day, I have witnessed that kind of abuse. Now, presently, I noticed that there are a lot of new young police officers in the city of Troy, and I don't know any of them. They're new, they're young, I'd like to get to know them, but there are still those older individuals who have been a part of this almost apartheid mentality, and they're still there. They're not challenged, or none of their criminal behaviors when they're brutalizing and abusing people is ever addressed, because all we ever get out of this is a settlement, that the city of Troy settles these cases of brutality, the taxpayer pays for it, and now you're saying, well, we need more police. No, we don't need more police. Frankly, I am concerned about every time I see that something has happened, or I see it because there are like 5 police cars shoot by me. And I'm saying, well, what's happened now? So between 5 to 10 police cars will go sailing by at a high rate of speed. And you would think that it was the end of the world or something, and you find out what it is. Now, frankly, I don't believe that anyone who says that the police are going to make the problem of shootings in Troy, more police are going to make those problems go away, then they need to understand that the police do not make the situation better. It doesn't get better when you don't address the root causes of these kinds of shootings, these guns in the community. These are young kids. Where are they getting guns from? So those problems aren't, and you think that by adding more police, that's going to help it or fix it? No, it is not. So I would hope, council, that you do not add 6 more police officers when we are powerfully concerned about the problems that exist. Listen, my own son was arrested and he was violated, and abused, physically abused as well. He had his shoulder almost dislocated, and it was a very minor incident that he shouldn't have been arrested for in the first place. My son served 9 years in the Air Reserve, got out as a staff. I'm sorry, my time is up. Got out as a staff sergeant.
I'm so sorry. No, you can wrap it up. It's fine.
Served his country. But one experience that stayed in his mind, when I said to him, "Why don't you join the police force?" He said, "I would never be a part of that." The abuse that he experienced from the police has left a mark on him where he could never see himself as ever being a part of that. And he's not the only person. So again, let us deal with the root problems in our Troy Police Department before we start thinking that we need to add more police officers. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening, and thanks for the comments, Jessica. Okay, next on our list is Jessica Maxwell.
After Jessica Maxwell will be Laura Rabinow, Melissa Bromley, and Nina Nichols.
Thank you, Mara. Hi, Jessica. You're with the Troy City Council. You're on mute.
Hello.
Hi,
I'm here as a resident of Troy to voice my strongest possible opposition to Ordinance 23, the hiring of 6 new police officers and expansion of the carceral police state in Troy. As is evidenced by how many people wanted to join the public forum tonight, there's so much to be said. But as a white woman, I only wish to amplify the voices of Black and POC people of Troy. I think when discussing this, it's important that we highlight that this decision is being made in response to Governor Cuomo's Executive Order 203, which, and I quote, is to address any racial bias and disproportionate policing of communities of color. In this context, and knowing that the Police Reform and Reinvention Collaborative was much delayed in comparison to other cities across the state, not happening until early this year, with the deadline of submitting a report by April 1st at risk of losing state funding, and then rushed with little opportunity for meaningful community input, it's important to take a step back and really look at the recommendations of the report and what the communities are now saying they feel about those recommendations. From the 1.5-hour Zoom town hall, Community Investment, Not Community Police, held by the independent media last Sunday, the will of the community was immediately evident to anyone listening. Yet this commission came to an opposite conclusion. It is clear the city is doing the bare minimum to check the required boxes of the executive order, and it feels as though they are not meaningfully including communities of color in this discussion, or they are willfully ignoring it, which is even worse. We need to be funding community infrastructure and programs like a cultural center with extended hours to accommodate working parents, many as nursing home aides taking care of our most vulnerable populations without making a living wage, as cited by Jessica Ashley, who was our last speaker during this public forum, and also a speaker during the town hall from the Justice Center of Rensselaer County. We must address the systemic root cause of inequality, poverty, and racism rather than slap a band-aid on a bullet wound by hiring more police, as Deacon Jerry Ford of the Troy Coalition of Black Leaders said at the town hall. This is a totally tone-deaf recommendation, first recommendation, to start by hiring more police officers, even if they are community police officers, amidst the Black Lives Matters movement in this country. As has become clear that the will of the community is at minimum to divert funding from police, with some calling for total abolition of the police, while the Black and POC members of the PRRC are simply asking for funding of vital solution-oriented social programs and community investment with practical police oversight. Yet Troy is now proposing to expand their police force. This isn't surprising considering that Reimagine Troy reported that Black and POC members of the PRRC noted their tokenization in the process, with their only role being to appear on screen during public conversations rather than being included as meaningful contributors. Regardless, and I think this is really important tonight, as we're hearing a lot of monolithic opinions with only a few dissenting voices, I think regardless of what community you are here advocating for tonight or where you fall on these issues, we can all agree the current system is not working for anyone. It's not serving any of us. It's not serving the Black and POC Trojans. It's not serving the earlier contributor to the public forum, Mrs. Sorrento, who mentioned that she's a mother of two who fears for her children's safety. It's not working. The recommendations of this report has been framed by Council President Carmela Mantello in the media as a response to growing gun violence. And again, I think we need to readjust our focus that the purpose of the Police Reform and Reinvention Collaborative is to examine police practices, racial bias, and address the needs of the Black community. None of these issues have been addressed, as the report has a glaring omission of any mention of systemic racism within the police force. The asks of the community are clear. A few among them that I gleaned from my 1.5-hour Zoom last Sunday are an oversight review board, release of police disciplinary records, and the use of funds for direct social investment in the community with diversion programs, keeping youth out of the criminal justice systems, access to safe and affordable housing, social services, and mental health resources and trauma response. One community youth who spoke at the town hall, Diamond Owens, very eloquently and powerfully stated that one thing that the youth in this city could use as service that seems as basic as a community pool is something that is seemingly impossible in Troy. The youth of our city deserve to escape the sweltering summer heat. And if the historic nature of the existing structure in Prospect Park is cost prohibitive, I would hope that we as a community and you as our representatives can formulate an achievable solution. I thereby implore you to vote no on Ordinance 23, listen to communities of color, and to use our city's critical funding to invest in the future of all Trojans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jessica, and thank you for joining us this evening. Okay, next on the list, we have Laura Ravenel. Laura, thank you for joining us. Hi there.
Hi everyone. My name is Laura Rabineau. I live on Madison Street in South Troy. I'm here with respect to the proposal to hire 6 new police officers. Over the last several months, we've discussed, or we should have discussed, under Executive Order 203, how to reimagine our public safety systems in ways that recognize systemic racism in policing. Unfortunately, that process has itself been fraught at best and directly harmful to Black and Brown residents at worst. Drawing from that process, this proposal does not seem to align with any attempt to meaningfully reimagine what public safety can and should look like in the face of so many other proposals and needs our neighbors have reiterated again and again. I'm concerned that even for those of you who genuinely believe that adding more community police officers will help our city at this time, and I say this as someone whose livelihood has been to write and analyze legislation, this bill does not in any way through its language make certain that the new hires will be quote unquote community police officers, nor does it define what that means. Two basic things that any bill should do if that is actually its aim. Moreover, as the police chief himself has reiterated time and again, community policing doesn't require, nor did the PRRC report even suggest, the hiring of new officers. This bill, therefore, does not in any way reimagine, but rather reproduces the very same public safety system we have now, the one the state directed us to reconsider. As I noted, I live in South Troy, just off 4th Street, where our neighbors, 6 families and 9 children, lost their homes to a fire less than 2 weeks ago, with one family losing a child. The last week or so has been eye-opening, to say the least, and I know that Councilmember Zalewski, who's our representative and who's been in touch with the families, would agree that it has made clear some glaring needs in our public safety systems. As my neighbors noted in a letter to all of you and the mayor earlier today, quote, "While we've been overwhelmed with gratitude for the support of our community, we've also experienced firsthand a wide gap, a gulf, with respect to public safety in the city. While the city works with many local organizations in addition to the county, there is little coordination across those services and no trauma-informed care." In the midst of grappling with their own grief and set of crises, my neighbors have shared their thoughts with you about how to improve public safety in just the ways I think we should be reimagining our city. The recommendations that they included in their letter to you earlier today, and that was signed by dozens and dozens of other residents, are to first fund and staff a trauma-informed response team to manage community member cases and coordinate across services in the event of predictable future crises. 2, to fund and develop workforce development to rehab Troy's aging housing infrastructure so that fires and other safety hazards are less likely to occur in the first place. 3, to establish a residential occupancy permit program for rental properties, as inspections are required every 3 years or less per the state's uniform code. 4, to coordinate with community-led response teams and highly engaged individuals to ensure they are trained, connected to, and supported by the city so they can best show up for their affected neighbors. And 5, to increase funding for the fire department to ensure full staffing levels and resources, as well as training. They ended by noting, we hope the city can learn from our experiences so there's less heartache and hardship for other residents in the future. I hope we can learn from their experiences and the experiences of so many other residents who have already outlined numerous ways to reimagine not only our systems of public safety, but our broader city programs, services, and budgeting priorities like anti-racist training and investing in housing in neighborhoods that have a history of redlining and disinvestment in ways that look, as Chelle Miller noted earlier, further upstream. This legislation, unfortunately, does not represent a meaningful effort to do that. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you so much for your comments and also helping your neighbors through this very challenging and tragic time. The council will be looking at the whole package, short-term and long-term. Thank you. Okay, next, after Laura leaves, we have Linda O'Malley, but it says Bromley on the screen. So I take it.
Linda, sign in. She's not.
Okay, thank you, Melissa Bromley. Hi, Melissa. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for hearing me, and thanks, Laura, for all you just shared. People, I've talked to other people about this, and they have asked, they've said they're not going to speak up because they know that no one's listening. And it makes me wonder, like, why am I doing this? Obviously, I spoke last week and let everyone know hear what I thought. There's no indication. Obviously, you're just going to push forward with it. So, but I think it's important to have a record of the voices that spoke up, because we all want safer streets. Every single person on this meeting, listening tonight, and probably every single person in, Kim, you have your hand up.
Oh, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I apologize, Melissa. I have my hand up because I hear somebody else talking. And I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I think it's at Melissa's.
My partner's also on a meeting.
I
Maybe
apologize.
maybe you guys could come back to me in a little bit.
Sure, if you'd like to come back. I can hear you, but that's okay.
Go ahead. You can continue. I'm just saying it was just every now and then I just thought it was just someone else, one of us.
I don't really know what to do with it, but I mean, if you are having trouble focusing on what I'm saying, I would like to come back to when his meeting's over.
No, I have you. That's okay. I just didn't know if there's something you could turn off.
Thank you, Melissa.
I'm listening.
Well, I appreciate that. You obviously are listening because, yeah, I appreciate that. And so, yeah, I mean, I feel like, we've all probably wondered, like, how years passed, how did people think this way? How could they possibly have thought smoking was good? Or, I'm just going with something that people, can kind of all kind of be like, well, how could they possibly have? And the thing is that the answer to that is always, oh, that was the times they lived in, nobody knew any better. But as I got older and started just learning more about history, I've come to find that there were always voices being like, hey, wait a second. What are these additives that are in, what are these chemicals they're putting in these cigarettes? Why are people having, it's just drowned out. And I think that in this case, a year from now, nothing is going to have changed. We are going to be in the same position, despite the fact, even more than a year from now, because I know this year is just about sending the police officers to cadet school. It is wishful thinking that adding 6 community police officers is going to make our streets safer. It's not going to happen. I was at Troy Central Little League on Saturday, like many of you, I know. I came after you guys, and I heard about what happened there. And I know that Chief Owens was there with maybe a couple other police officers, and a fight broke out. And Chief Owens, I've seen at the Little League many times. If there's anything close to a community police officer, it might be him at that spot. Nonetheless, they called in backup, 3 cars with sirens wailing, and the temperature just rises. It's not, and what happened, it took Jerry and maybe some other folks from the community who were able to mediate. And frankly, that's not the first time I've seen Jerry do that. Last summer, I was on 7th and Glen in the evening, right after a teenager had died. And I watched Jerry come on the scene, mediate between these many, many young people who were gathering and grieving in their own way, and the police officers who were there. And Jerry had to go. So what did he do? He found another adult to step in and be the mediator between the youth and the police officers. This is not the right move. And, I've heard that, Councilperson Zalewski had his eye opened, being confronted with some of the pain and horrors that our community face in this particular recent fire. And Zalewski and I have been back and forth on Facebook about this. I think it's great that you are paying a little bit of closer attention and listening to people. And I hope that you will continue doing that, even though you're not going to be a city council person anymore. I know you're running for other office, but even if you're a private citizen, I hope that you'll keep showing up for people. And I think that you will look back on this and regret it. I think more than Mr. Zalewski will feel that way. And I will have been here telling you that's all I can do. You will have not listened to me, obviously, or any of the rest of us. But that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your comments. Okay, next we have Nina Nichols. We'll wait for.
And after Nina is going to be Noreen McKee, Paul Sweet, and Rhea Drysdale.
Perfect, thank you. We're waiting for Melissa to, there we go. Hi, Nina, you're with the Troy City Council. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Hi, thank you. So Troy has the rare opportunity to decide how to spend $182,731 of unrestricted money. I think that's exciting. It makes sense to me that the priority area for directing those dollars would be to improve public safety. And I applaud the intent to address safety concerns. As several other people have said, who doesn't want a safer Troy? While I was working with other neighborhood leaders and community organizations on the One Troy initiative, one of the key areas of concern in North Central, the target area for that project, was safety. Given that, the group was very appreciative to have Deputy Chief DeWolf at the table. And those conversations themselves were an opportunity to build trust with residents. In that group, there was a desire expressed for opportunities to engage with the police that were casual and informal rather than reactive and confrontational. New officers with special training aren't needed for that. That was the hope from neighbors about interactions with any and all officers patrolling their community. But there were a lot of other things that that group lifted up as well that would make their neighborhoods safer, like fixing streetlights that have been out for years, repairing the sidewalks so people don't have to walk in the street, addressing vacant buildings, bump outs on curbs to slow car traffic. Basically, a lot of things that make a community feel safer that have nothing to do with law enforcement. Youth programs are, in fact, a solution to some public safety concerns, as the community has been lifting up for years, because they engage young people in activities, increase self-esteem, and connect them to mentors. These are preventative activities, which are ultimately the least expensive and best kind of public safety investment. The recent fires point to yet another kind of safety concern that is extremely important and does not involve law enforcement. Whether that is the need for staffing or funding for equipment in the fire department, as Eric Wisher was lifting up, or as another critical need that is being elevated, the need for a trauma-informed emergency response coordinator to assist families. I'm definitely not opposed to the idea of community policing, but I would suggest that this is not the time for adding officers to a department that, without admitting to issues of systemic racism, has at least allowed for the fact that they have some work to do with Khalil Jamison. And the PRRC report, though seriously flawed, points to many other pieces that need to be addressed before new officers are brought on board. So basically, I want to remind the council that all you have to do tonight is vote no to this ordinance. The money will still be there, and you can take time to consider any of the many options out there for spending over $182,000. One idea that I do hope you will consider, and I'm so glad that Laura listed it out, is using this opportunity to set up the residential occupancy permit program. It will bring Troy into compliance with the law, New York State Uniform Code, that says rental units must be inspected once every 3 years for basic health and safety. It may help prevent tragic fires caused by improper wiring or gas leaks. It may prevent deaths caused by people trapped in buildings with windows that are sealed shut or nailed shut. The rationale the city has given for not implementing this program has been that would improve the quality of life for people throughout the city of Troy is the need for additional code inspectors. Well, I know where you could find $182,000. Regardless of which of these many exciting opportunities you might choose to invest in the community, I do hope you will vote no tonight on Ordinance 23. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks for joining us, Nina. Thank you for the comments. Okay, next we have Noreen McKee once Nina leaves. Okay, and we'll wait for Noreen to join us. Hi, Noreen. Thank you for joining the Troy City Council. Hi.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm Noreen McKee with the Justice Center of Rensselaer County. The vote you are taking tonight to hire 6 more police officers clearly demonstrates that the council has no intention of reimagining policing in our community. And the whole collaborative process that brought many caring members from the community to present their heartfelt views about the police department in Troy and what needs to be done to improve public safety is evidence of a lack of imagination. Clearly, you are not interested, you don't care, and you just gave empty lip service in order to put out a report that did not even address the most important element in the executive order: to admit that racial bias exists in the department and how we need to address that before we can even begin to reimagine. I'd also like to ask, is it really fair to bring in enthusiastic young people to fill these community policing positions when there's no thorough, proper training for them, particularly in dealing with the mentally ill? We all know that's a big problem in policing. And most importantly, training in racial and cultural bias. Anyway, I could go on to say the least. What you are doing here tonight is a tragedy for an opportunity missed. And in my opinion, will only serve to widen the gap between you, the people we elect to do the right thing, and the greater Troy community. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Noreen. Thanks for the comments also. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Paul Sweet. Hi, Paul. Thank you for joining us this evening. You're with the Troy City Council.
It is a pleasure to be before you. Thank you.
Well, I apologize. Council Member Cummings. Yep, thank you. Okay, you're all set. Thank you. It was on 5 minutes. You have 7.
Absolutely. I pray that my internet will hold out as well. I've only been in Troy for 2 years. I came to Troy to serve one of the downtown churches. I have thoroughly enjoyed where I live in District 2 off of Oakwood Ave. I appreciate the walk between my apartment and church when I'm able to take it. I've loved getting to know this authentic city that we call home. Over these 2 years, though, I've been distressed at the disconnects between the city leaders and the people who I come most into contact with, whether that's walking between my apartment and the church, or those who walk through the doors of the church just needing to talk, needing some support. There's a level of fear and distrust that seems to go both ways between city leadership and some of the most disaffected people. It's a distrust that I fear is only being made worse, and I fear is continuing to go in the wrong direction. As I've heard about the process for the report on reform and reinvention for our police, I continued to hear that fear and distrust, not only from the council not listening to the cries of people, but also from the people, as they don't know where to turn and can't figure out why they're not being heard or why they're not being regarded as beloved children of God. I've appreciated listening to all the speakers, and I'm distressed at so many of the things that I'm hearing. One of the early things that stood out to me was the recollection of commenting on acting on recommendation 16 as low-hanging fruit. It seems to be a low-hanging fruit that's taking an awful lot of time and money, when it seems like even acting on one of the other recommendations to just pull a couple of police officers to play basketball on the Hoosick Street courts seems like so much lower hanging fruit that would engage more people in the community and rehumanize the police department for the citizens that we're trying to serve. Reform and reinvention is hopeful language. The report seems to be the bare minimum that we would need in order to retain our funding for our police department from the state. I pray that we will live into this title of reforming and reinventing before we cause any more harm, whether it's to our community or to our officers. I continue to grieve the egregious suicide rates among police officers. We truly need to reform and reinvent our justice system to stop the loss of life that comes from the trauma and tragedy of being asked by citizens, by groups like this, for our officers to reinforce institutions of white supremacy, often through violence, and finding the moral disconnects too much to live with. I pray we will do right by our future officers by working through this report, by finding ways to retrain, to reinvent, to reimagine, to reform before we cause any more harm. And so that we might be able to re-engage our city with trust and the assurance that we are beloved children of God, serving beloved children of God. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank
And
you
I-
very much, Paul. Thank you for your comments this evening. Thank you. Okay. Once Paul leaves, next we have Rhea Drysdale.
After Rhea will be Rosalie German, and then we have a few latecomers, so Aiden Bardos, then Deanna Swenson, and then Linda O'Malley.
Okay, we're just waiting on Rhea. There's Rhea. Rhea, thank you for joining us.
Good evening. It's sincerely nice to see several of you after a difficult and tragic 2 weeks. There were a couple multi-structure and multifamily fires that resulted in the displacement and temporary homelessness of 25 residents and the death of 7-year-old Connor Wright. I'd like to specifically thank Ken Zalewski for his assistance aiding the families of the South Troy fire on 4th. We saw the best of the community come out in that experience, but also the gaps in our city, county, and larger support services. When we talk about defunding the police, this is what we mean. Thank you, Sue Steele, for going to the store with me on short notice and packing comfort kits on your back porch, knowing that the Red Cross no longer offers these during COVID. We had families left on the street in shock. I apologize, I have a call coming in from one of the families. We had families left on the street in shock with nothing but a $500 debit card, and they were so incredibly appreciative that words couldn't be fully expressed. Thank you, Eileen and Anasha, for donating to those efforts as well. Thank you, Carmela, for reaching out to folks like Laura Rabineau, who assisted in organizing relief while she, a neighbor, and myself turned our homes into temporary free commissaries for residents to grab essentials until they could connect with and visit larger support services through nonprofits like the Unity House, who kindly accepted donations earmarked for them until they were so overwhelmed that they said, please stop donating, which has left my house looking like this.
Thank you, Rhea.
We have multiple laptops, food, gift cards, and tens of thousands of dollars donated, but I have to believe that that would not have been possible had it not been for privileged white community members showing up and doing what we did in Broadway, on Broadway, for those residents as well. Thank you, Kim, for showing up to the 9th and Middleburg fire and ensuring Red Cross was contacted for residents who were also in shock and struggling to process their loss while the community watched 3 structures collapse and go up in flames. Several of these families and individuals were ready to leave Troy and return home, but because of the efforts of the community and the other families who went through this with them, they helped to heal and bond them to each other and to Troy, and had a beautiful barbecue on Sunday celebrating the life of Connor Wright. After working with friends on the Broadway fire recovery and aid efforts, I was asked by their neighbor Laura Rabineau on 4th to assist the 20 individuals standing in shock. And I hope you've read that letter sent today by the residents, their families, and 81 total supporters. I'd like to share some facts. I believe many of you fully believe that you're informed and know your neighborhoods and their needs, or trust that the city partners and other agencies you rely on for services are doing their jobs. No one wants to hear some relative stranger come in and criticize their job and have me tell you that what is being done is not enough, especially in a small municipality with limited funds and a massive list of needs. But saving lives feels like the simplest need on a task list. And I ask that each of you hear these and move forward with curiosity and courage and learn from them and become uncomfortable in other people's experiences. The Red Cross provides $500, sometimes up to $800 in connections to services, but that's about it. I am going through the process of becoming Red Cross certified as a volunteer. I would like to do that, and they have reached out to me. I'm currently overwhelmed by helping with actual mutual aid, but I will get back to them. The Red Cross is now asking fire chiefs on the scene to verify that all residents were residents of that occupancy, which is very difficult when someone's driver's license went up in flames. The Red Cross is no longer providing comfort kits with essentials to affected families, and they don't always show up on the scene until they are called, which requires someone to have made that call, which will probably not happen if a fire chief is still dealing with water pump issues and trying to secure the scene. The county's emergency preparedness coordinator would typically coordinate disaster preparedness, FEMA, and the community emergency response teams, or CERTs, as many of us know them, but that person is no longer at the county and that position has yet to be filled. God help us if a hurricane hits. The county has never had boots on the ground at any of the fires recently, Broadway, 4th, or 9th. The community has to show up for itself and rely on the connections of neighbors or family members. This exposes our most marginalized residents, our Black, Brown, and Indigenous people, LGBTQIA, disabled, elderly, immigrant, and other folks. Businesses downtown currently have suffered this year, and I know that you are contacted by many business owners who want to thrive, and you need them as a city to maintain your economic center and attract new residents. But what those businesses are experiencing is a panhandling problem. And what they need is personal security, signage, and educational materials telling folks not to give or directing folks to services. We know that that problem currently with a number of very known individuals has not been solved by the police officers that we have. What makes us think that community officers hired as personal security for those businesses will do anything to change the current environment? What we really need from the city is not personal security, which could come from the Troy bid, but instead an investment in mental health, addiction treatment, harm reduction, and trauma support. When the 9th Street fire happened, I was in the middle of handing off essential items and close to one of the 4th Street residents, and the fire was on my way home. I arrived and quickly located one of the couples, and soon thereafter, a single mother with asthma who was struggling to breathe while she watched her home go up in smoke. We got her around the corner, a neighbor gave her water, and we said, "Has anyone else talked to you?" And she said, "You're the first person." The police on the scene, the fire chief, and Kim, yourself, did not know all the details of who the family were, where they were, how many kids were there, etc. We need someone to show up in these emergencies, to manage the cases, to collect their information, and ensure that people do not fall through not the cracks, but the actual canyons that are existing in crisis management. I've been told that I'm good in a crisis. My grandfather was a fireman on Chicago's South Side. He wasn't a sober or kind man, but he was a hero to everyone in the community. My uncle's a fireman and proud union member on Chicago's South Side who also drove through the night to assist at 9/11 and built a shop out of the deli across the street to organize all equipment and chainsaws needed for folks to sort through the rubble. There was also a keg that helped the firemen do their rehab after 72 hours of nonstop work and trauma. My father is a district chief in Jacksonville, Florida, where he oversees 25 stations every 48 to 72 hours in the largest city in the country, inclusive of 4 military bases, suburban, rural, urban, marine, and industrial areas, and frequent natural disasters, including hurricane preparedness. He was formerly the division chief of ops and training at the Fire Training Academy of the South, where I was raised, and he was where he had to bring me as a single father. He's also the chief of Atlantic Beach Lifeguards, which became a national model for ocean rescue. I grew up doing mock mass casualty incidents, CPR training, water rescue, and helping him study for his exams. I chose to start a business, but what I see right now is that we need someone to point out the problems, to be empathetic, to give hugs. I am not my family, but I am here for this community and I will continue to be, and I hope that you can be as well.
Thank you for joining us, Rhea. Thank you for turning your house into a command center, and thank you for all your help during this very, very tragic and challenging time. Thank you. Okay, next we are moving. I don't know why Mara. Okay, I apologize. Mara,
Rosalie German.
I'm sorry. Is it
There she is.
Rosalie? Rosalie. Thank you so much.
Rosalie.
Mara's city clerk is over the names. Thank you so much for joining us, Rosalie.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me. And so it's well past bedtime here. I have an infant son, and I'm expecting another baby, and we're very excited about that. So I'll be brief. I thought it was important to call in today and express my opposition to the hiring of 6 more officers here in Troy. So it is my view that all officers should be community officers. In other words, I believe that officers should live in the communities that they serve, that they should know and love their neighbors, that they should be sharing in the joy and grief of everyday life. We moved to Troy to raise our family, and we've been here 2 years, and we're happy to be here. And in that 2 years, I've heard pretty awful things about the police department and their reputation in this region. I've heard and seen that this police department has not earned the trust of the community that is most impacted by violence. And so I believe that it is in good faith that this proposal is sort of coming through, that the city is sort of trying to respond to violence and trying to figure out a way forward. And it is my sense, my personal view, that the city should invest and ought to invest in a model that centers care and holistic well-being of people. And to that end, that requires funding and investment in things like incubators for businesses for women and people of color and young people, and pothole fixing and after school programs and all the things that people have mentioned in this call. It's been interesting, enlightening, and educational. So I think we've made the biggest investment of our lives in deciding to move to Troy and raise our children here. And for us, and I speak for myself and my partner, it's really important to live in a city that feels safe and loving to our family. And so I'm hopeful that, and I will remain hopeful, that instead of choosing to invest in more policing and surveillance and sort of this deeply entrenched culture of mistrust and a lack of professionalism and a lack of respect for people's dignity, that we might invest in, as I said, love and care and well-being. And so I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. and wish you all a good night.
Thank you for joining us, Rosalie. Congratulations on your soon to be born. Thank you for your comments this evening. Okay, next we have Tallulah Patch, or no, I apologize, Aiden Bard.
No, she let me know she did not intend to speak.
Okay, Aiden Bardos. Hi, Eden. Thank you for joining us this evening. Hi there. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for being here to hear everybody's voices. My name is Aiden, and I live in Troy, District 6, and I'm here to strongly oppose hiring 6 new police officers. And I'm here to speak, but I have nothing new to say because the things that I want to say have already been said again and again by the Black community in Troy. So I am here to quote what members of the Black community in Troy said at the town hall on Sunday on community investment, not community police. So Dee Collins said that the decision to add 6 more community police officers further aggravates that sense of dismissal of community voices and concerns, and that we know in order to effect change, it is vital to listen to the people and engage in uncomfortable conversations that are transparent, yield understanding, and hold true to the intention and goal of Executive Order 203. And our urgency to dismantle racism and build communities that are safe for all of us. I also heard Starlita Smith speak, and Starlita said that the city of Troy continues to be deaf to what our community has already spoken about and continues to speak about. And one of those things was not having the need or want for any additional police. We are bringing in additional officers when the city didn't even address or attempt to fix the current issue within the force, and not even being able to admit that systemic racism even exists within their organization. And Starlita also said that when we're not listening to our community, other things start to fall apart. That's trust, accountability, and transparency. Jerry Ford said, the city now has about $250,000 to add to their budget when members of the community have been asking for a community center in North Central area. He said, we can help our seniors and elderly in our community stay connected because they're now isolated due to their age. Jerry said, we want to make it known that it is totally unacceptable for elected officials to totally ignore the voices of the people they represent. This is not what we want. We don't need more policing. Policing is just like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. That is part of the problem. We need solution-based responses to the things that we're seeing. That means more programs that are going to attack poverty. We need more shopping marts so that we can answer the food desert that exists in our communities. I also heard Diamond speak, and Diamond is a 19-year-old in Troy, who said that there is funding for luxury apartment buildings that no one in Troy can afford, but there is no funding for either pool that we've been trying to get open for years now. There are no funding for buildings that have been standing for 15+ years. Diamond said, how about instead of spending funding on 6 officers, because honestly, where were those officers when those 12 incidents of shooting happened? They weren't here, so they can't do anything. They won't do anything but add to the problem. You cannot fix a problem unless you fix everything causing the issue. Tashika Medina said those figures can be allocated into the youth. Let's make some programs. Let's uplift our babies' voices. We need something for these babies to do. Tashika said, let's talk about how many of these community officers that they want to hire will actually live in our community, will actually know what goes on in our community. None. They're going to come here, terrorize, and go back to their towns and live peaceful while we are living in mayhem. Jessica Ashley, who spoke tonight, said on Sunday, there is not any need for additional police. The mayor wants to spend $250,000. Prospect Park has been without a pool. Jessica said Troy has been neglected. They have taken the money that should have been allocated for the parks, for the pools, for the social activities for the children, and they have taken that money and tossed it to God only knows what. And now they want to justify what they're doing because we have crimes or problems that are happening in the city as a direct result of the city being neglected. Willie Terry said, I would like to propose that we call for the immediate budget and hire freeze of future increases in police spending and hiring until the city moves forward with a community discussion of those impacted by the problems of policing and include an examination of police practices. Willie said they should use those funds to redirect funds to mental health, affordable housing, and social services. They should use those funds to fund full-time community organizations to help organize tenant unions, block associations, and neighborhood associations. They should use those funds to empower communities to re-envision public safety in an ethical and just way. So I have a little bit of time, but I show up here for my own liberation because I know that my own liberation is connected to everybody's liberation. And I know that that it's very, very, very important to listen, as the role of an ally is to really listen and open your hearts and minds to people's experiences and needs, because the people who are most oppressed know the best solutions to the issues that are affecting their community. So thank you very much, everybody, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you very much for joining us, Aiden. Have a good night. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Deanna Swenson. Hi, Deanna.
Hello.
Hi there. You are with us. We can hear you, and you're with the Troy City Council. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me, everybody. As most people on this call know, I'm from North Central, and I am definitely against hiring 6 more supposed community officers. You know, just as recent as yesterday, I had an incident with 2 young people, and I needed police assistance. And, you know, quite frequently when it's young people, I tend to mention Jerry, and the 2 officers that responded didn't know who Jerry was, didn't know, you know, anything about any of our programs that have to do with the young people that, you know, tend to show up for our young people, like Jerry and, you know, KP, and the people that our communities trust when we have a problem. You know, that's just as recent as yesterday. And these officers truly had no clue who Jerry Ford was. And it was very disheartening because most of the problems that we're having in our city, besides the fires and stuff like that, is our young people. And, you know, like I said, it's disheartening when you have people showing up to things and they have no clue about anything at all, whether it's the young people that are involved in the situation or possibly a solution to any problem that we have. You know, I can go far back as my daughter. She's she's a handful, to say the least. So I've had multiple police interactions. You know, when she first started running away, I used to have to not say the black part. I'd have to say, you know, they'd be like, what's her ethnicity? I'd be like, she's white and black. And, you know, the responses that I would get if I would just say my child was white, and then when they show up, say, you know, she's biracial, is very disgusting. And a lot of them officers are still working. You know, I would say in North Central, there's probably 2 officers. I feel bad right now because I can't name their names, but there's definitely 2 officers that there's already trust in our community, you know. So like and that's because they've been involved in a lot of situations. You know, 2 more officers to police our community, I don't think that's going to go over very well at all. You know, how about training for the officers that we already might know and possibly have a little bit of trust for? You know, get them some better training or something like that. Like new officers coming from, like everybody says, God only knows where, because they're not coming from Troy. Because like somebody else said, you know, her son is totally discouraged from being a police officer because of what they've seen and experienced. So it's not too many people in Troy that are willing to step up and be police officers here in their own communities. And so that means the officers would have to come from outside of our communities. Like everybody said, that's not gonna turn out well. You know, you can't get these young people to trust uh, um, a system that, you know, they've watched generationally hurt their family, their friends, their cousins, their uncles, their brothers, their sisters. You know, my daughter, my 14-year-old actually had to watch as her sister got punched in the face and actually heard an officer call my daughter the N-word. Like she wasn't a child. She was like 15 at the time. And my 14-year-old was 10. And, you know, these are real things that happen. It's not, you know, oh, this could happen, or these are things that have already happened. So the trust is, you got to build on something. Like you can't just bring new people in and be like, okay, here, now trust us some more, when we can't even trust the ones that we got. And that's generational. Like I said, like my 14-year-old, whenever she sees an officer, she definitely walks in a different direction. And she's a straight A student. She's not involved in any of the, you know, stuff that we have that she could be involved in. You know, she's involved in Jerry's program, and she's been involved in Jerry's program since the day he started his program. And I really honestly believe that that has a big impact on how she is turning out, because I am a single mother who's lived in Troy with my children for 13 years now, and I don't have a bloodline out here. So I depend on people and programs like Jerry and KP, and, you know, the programs that are community based, where they come and they are part of our family. Like we see them every day. Like Jerry just picks my daughter up and they go to the program, and it's not a problem. Like we need to be funding stuff like that, that is going to uplift our children so that they can uplift their friends, because a lot of these kids don't have involved parents, whether it's because they work so much, or, you know, they're trying to have 2-3 different jobs and they feel like their teenagers are old enough to stay home by themselves because they can't afford anything else anyways. Like Jerry and stuff like that. The Sanctuary for Independent Media does amazing things for our young people. Like there's definitely a lot of different things. And listening to that firefighter speak, like to know how much they could use that money, and yet all we're thinking about is adding more fuel to the fire, pretty much. Like I don't know. I'm a rambler, so I don't really want to do that to you guys tonight. I feel how pretty much everybody else has said about opposing this and why, and where the money could get put that would really benefit our city 1,000 times better than, you know, more officers. I don't know. I thank you guys for listening to me ramble tonight, and I hope everybody has a good night. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Dana. We appreciate your comments, and thank you again. Have a good night. Okay, last on our list, but not least, is Linda O'Malley. Thank you for joining us, Linda.
Hi,
Hi.
I know you're probably tired.
No, we're fine. We're
Okay.
just getting started.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of good things that have been said here tonight, and I think it's really important that you be able to listen. It's hard. I know it's hard. I used to believe a little bit more strongly in Troy's potential. I've lived here for over 40 years. And last fall, I watched while the other cities assembled the reimagined task forces timely that had substance, and they collected real data. They created professional working groups, and they did surveys of actual citizenry. I'm sorry if I sound a little angry, but not Troy. And those of us contributing to the PRRC found that the research and information that we assembled for the city was a futile exercise, which was bad enough. Worse, the city used the Black leadership groups and those individuals on their task force, leading them to believe that they were being taken seriously. And other people have said the same thing. And that's pretty heartbreaking. Some of this work called for data and surveys, and there were no surveys. There was no data. Hiring 6 police officers does not demonstrate that this is the right move for the city, because this city is not professional enough to believe it needs to develop a well-reasoned rationale for their decisions. Call them community police and maybe they'll all shut up. I don't know. Has there been violence? Yes, there has. Sadly, there has been violence. And I have to ask this question, and I'm not trying to minimize, I'm just saying, is it worse than it has been in the past? Is it worse in this city than it is in other cities of the same size? Is it more significant than prior years, like maybe when this city was doing weed and seed? I have other questions. In what way will these new hires that are being trained at the Albany Police Academy, how are they going to be different than any other officers that have had lawsuits with the city of Troy? Who selects them? And what makes you think that these new officers are going to be a good fit for Troy? Are there going to be citizens that are going to review these folks before they're hired? And then the money. The money. I mean, last December, the proposal was for 2 officers. That failed, and now we need 6. I've heard for years about how there can't be swimming pools repaired, that the government pulled money out of community programs, and the community development block grants needed to be appropriated for global infrastructure repairs. That darn MAC debt, that needs to be paid off. Yeah, Troy can't have nice things. Years and years of neglect of public property and our neighborhoods. As the director of Oakwood Community Center and a member of the Hillside North Neighborhood Association, we tried to get help around 8th, 9th, and 10th Streets with street lights and porch lights and trash and decayed homes around school too. Now, this is what you're telling us. What kind of a deal was made? Why would not a gradual, measured kind of public safety analysis make sense? Since we've heard all of the rationalizations about being broke for years. With people screaming about trash and fires and neglect, why not be a little careful about jumping on the obvious solution right out of the door after the PRRC? I'm afraid Troy will do what it's always done, and we know that it won't be to innovate. Troy does not have vision, and when we look back at urban renewal, atriums here and oops, gone, city hall spaces, Hoosick Street overlay projects here and there, and shelved. The new catchphrase for many of us is not going to be Troy strong. I'm sorry, it's going to be Troy stuck. As I said, I can't believe it. How can you pretend you've done the necessary work for all of us? Soon there will be information out there in cities and towns that did their work for the PRRC and took some action, and they might know how to listen and work with their people. I wish I had more hope, or some of the hope that I once had for Troy. And I have to say, yeah, you're hearing my anger, and I'm sorry about that. I am grateful to Sue and Anasha for the existence of our weirdly positioned work group that tried, and we've all moved on now to broader coalitions, and we're going to keep the pressure up. Thank you for giving me time. Thank you for giving everybody time. And good night.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you for your comments. Okay. I believe that concludes our public forum section, correct, Mara?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we are going to just take a 3-minute break to hit the restroom quick, okay? Thank you. 3 minutes. Okay, I think little by little, folks are coming back. Okay, everyone back? All right, let's get this rolling, folks. I think we're just waiting on Jim, Councilmember Gully. Kim, can you, thank you. You okay, buddy? James? All right, we're going to get rolling. Hopefully Councilmember Gully comes back. Okay,
Here, Council President.
All right, thanks, Jim. Okay, we are going to hit the legislation. Local Law 1. Mara, we're all set, right?
Yep, local law amending section C48H3 of the Charter of the City of Troy to authorize installment agreements for the payment of eligible delinquent taxes over a term of 36 months. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Local Law 1 passes 7-0.
Ordinance 22.
Ordinance declaring remnant steam-powered generator to be surplus city property and authorizing the comptroller to sell it for $1 to the Hudson Mohawk Industrial Gateway to be used for educational purposes. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion?
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? I think we're all pretty excited about this proposal. Stay tuned. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 22 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 23.
Ordinance transferring funds within the 2021 general fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
yeah, I would like to propose an amendment to the ordinance as it was originally presented to us. I did send this out to you earlier.
Yes.
So this is meant to address the fact that the original ordinance did not mention specifically that these officers would be allocated to the community police unit. So the proposed language, which was originally crafted by the administration, but we've made, and I say we, the majority caucus has made some minor modifications to that. And I will read this into the record. We're going to add a section 2. Section 2 will say, this ordinance is enacted for the purpose of funding 6 parentheses, the number 6 parentheses, new police officer positions in order to increase the number of officers serving in the community police unit to 8, and again, the number 8 in parentheses, comma, and no funds authorized by this ordinance shall be expended except in furtherance of that goal.
Council President,
I
just gotta, I think, Ken, I think that should say 9, not 8, because there's 3 in community policing already.
Yeah, so let's get this seconded and then we'll discuss the
Then we'll
numbers.
discuss, and then we'll have to amend it again. So I'll second the amendment. And Councilmember Ash McPherson, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just saying that I think the number in parentheses 8 should read 9, because there's
Okay.
3 in community police officer now.
Yep, I think you're correct, and we'll ask Brian Owens, and I'm hoping he can join us by video. I like seeing folks. Hey, Chief, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Councilmember Ash McPherson's regarding how many are in there. I believe she's correct, but I want to hand that to you. But while you're doing that also, if you don't mind, just also, how many police officers? Somebody had asked that question. I think it's a good time to talk about that also. Thank you.
Sure. To answer the first part, yes, there's currently 3 patrolmen assigned to the community policing unit. Ideally, we'd like to have a minimum of 8 so we can have 2 per zone. If we had a 9th, we could leave a 9th in CPU, or that spot has been moved a couple times, either between Detective Bureau, a patrolman spot, or a traffic spot. So there would be the option to put that 9th person somewhere else. But as it stands right now, there are 3 patrolmen assigned to CPU. To the bigger question of our current authorized strength in the 2021 budget is 131 sworn members. We currently have 2 vacancies. We have 2 leave of absence. We have 7 on long-term or extended sick leave. We have 7 assigned to the academy and 1 new hire that's in field training. All those unavailable personnel are in the patrolman rank. So we have total authorized strength of 131. We have the chief, deputy chief, assistant chief. We have 8 captains. We have 27 sergeants and authorized 93 patrolmen. If you take out those unavailable members, we're down to 74 patrolmen.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And I'd like to open discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Zaluski, I'd like to propose amending your amendment. Well, we did take a motion second. I apologize. We did not take a vote on your amendment. So that was my bad. So we have a motion, we have a second, and then I went right into discussion. So I apologize. So on Councilmember Zaluski's motion.
President, I think that's the correct order of operations. We should discuss.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's way too late. I apologize. Stating that, I'd like to make a motion to amend the 8 to 9.
Council President,
Yes,
can we discuss further with the chief?
of course. But I mean, the amendment is inaccurate, so that's why I was
Well,
making.
so that's the core question. It sounds from what the chief just said that his preference would be to remain at 8 so that the 3rd current one could go back to either traffic or detective bureau, where they had been before. Is that correct? We don't necessarily want to lock in 9 community police officers. in the ordinance if you're not going to want to actually assign 9 community police officers or don't have a role for that 9th community police officer?
I think we could always have a usefulness of having an additional position in CPU, but my understanding was the purpose we were trying to get back to 8. So I'll leave that to you to decide what your intended purpose for legislation is. But I think for our purposes operationally, 8 would be a good number of patrolmen because we have the 4 patrol zones. We could assign 2 per patrol zone, and I think that would work out well. I think another consideration, and just I don't know how it looks for the legislation purposes, but if we lose additional members and so our total available staffing goes down, I just want that to be known that if we're locking these 8 or whatever the number winds up being, then we can't move personnel back to, say, for example, patrol. So if we were short considerably in patrol, it may increase the potential for overtime costs. So I just want that to be a consideration as you think about this.
Yeah, and I guess when we talked about this, and maybe the mayor could jump in, we did talk about 6 to ensure that there were 2 in each of the 4 zones. And there was discussion about their hours. I think that, you know, in the bigger picture, to ensure that they just weren't working, you know, days or, you know, to ensure that we're getting the maximum community policing effort. So maybe the mayor can jump in.
Well, I'd probably leave it to the chief to decide how to structure the department, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm all in favor of the community policing approach. And as far as I'm concerned, the more the merrier, the better it is for the city. But it will be to the chief to decide how best to allocate the resources that the council gives him.
Okay.
Council President?
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I just want a little bit of clarification here because the proposal is for 6. And where I was coming up with 9 is because we already have 3 in that department now. So what I'm thinking is that one of them in that department now would be moved to another area. Is that what? Just for clarification, because we're still looking at the 6. I'm under the assumption.
Council President.
I think first that was a question for the chief, correct? Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I wasn't sure if that was a question on the language of the legislation or a question directed at me. I think my same answer would be the case. 8 is a good number, I think, for us. If we had a 9th, we could certainly use a member in that position. Again, just to talk what we said before, community policing absolutely is a philosophy. It's throughout the department. The community policing unit, the assignments there gives us flexibility in terms of those members, their hours, their areas of patrol, their method of patrol, and generally they're not going to respond to calls for service. So they're going to have more time for hopefully positive engagement. And whereas officers responding to calls, completing their reports, may necessarily have less time to interact with the public. So if you're asking me for a number, I'll be happy to take as many as we could get, but being realistic and understanding the budget constraints and being able to staff other units within the department, I think 8 would be a reasonable number for community police. Again, just that division of labor across the patrol zones for us would work out well.
Okay.
Council President.
Yep, Councilmember Gully.
Chief, would it just be in the best interest of the legislation and your operation just to put in there the term minimum of 8 CPUs?
I can't speak for how the legislation should read. If the objective and the goal of the council and the administration is to get to 8, that's certainly something we would like to see operationally within the police department. So if that's the way it's best written, I'll leave that to you. But again, I just wanted to bring up if we lock in those 8, which I'm fine with, as we may continue to lose officers and have additional vacancies, over time, that's going to be necessarily potentially more overtime in patrol because we can't reassign. So, and that's how we got to be in the shape that we're in. Years ago, there was more CPU officers assigned, and then over time, we needed to reassign them to different functions as there's different work demands across the different units. And so it got down to a point of only 2 members in CPU. This last bid, the last table of organization, we upped it to 3. But as I listed out those numbers, it's great to say that we have 131 authorized in it. And if the council were to approve an increase of whatever staffing, and we go to whatever that number is, 137 or any number, there's that lost capacity of who's not available to work. And so I'm fine with locking in the 8. I think that's a reasonable number, but I won't answer for what you think is best to include in the language for legislation. I wouldn't be able to answer that for you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zalewski.
So first of all, Chief, our CPOs right now are officers Bristol, Mainville, and who's the third?
Mute. There we go. O'Neill.
O'Neill. Okay.
That's what it is. Okay.
So do they function equivalently in terms of their duties?
Not by area of assignment right now. There's really not a clean division of the city in terms of what they do, but certainly all the functions of CPU at times they'll each do those functions. So for example, if 2 are on bicycle patrol, maybe the third one is assisting with code, but then the next day or the next week they might rotate what assignment they're doing for the day. So in total they're doing the same work, but not every day or every week.
Okay, so let me ask this: if we already have 3 in the unit, why are we adding 6 rather than 5? Maybe that's more for the mayor. I'm not sure.
I can try to answer it, and then if you want the mayor to share his thoughts. That third one was taken out of DB, our Detective Bureau, when we shifted for the TO. So ideally, we could pull that third one back out if we were to get 6 more to have that total of 8. But if the thought was to fund an additional 5 and then have a total 8 with the 3 that are already there, that's an option.
So if you recall, the recommendation actually called for the administration and the police department to come up with a budget for 8 individuals. We worked on the numbers, couldn't come up with 8 in this year's budget, but we could come up with 6. So that's why we chose 6. It falls a little bit short of the recommendation, but it would cover every zone.
All right, but so Mayor, doesn't it sound, to me, it sounds like if we have the 3 that right now are trying to serve the entire city, and I know that I've interacted with Officer Bristol so far for my zone, then why wouldn't just adding 5 to get us 2 per zone? The goal is to have 2 per zone. So I guess I'm just not understanding the numbers. It's not making sense to me. Maybe I'm just missing something.
If I could jump in, Mayor, I think what I'm hearing, the 1 will go back to DP, and then we'll have 8 in community policing, if I'm understanding this correctly. Correct?
It could be reassigned to DB. It could be assigned to traffic. That's down to 1 person. I mean, we could allocate that position elsewhere, or we could leave it in CPU directly.
Council President.
Well, yep, 1 sec. I think the mayor wanted to jump in, and then we'll go to.
No, I'll defer to the chief on that.
Okay. Councilmember Zalewski, are you okay for now?
Yeah, for now. I mean, I'm still not, the numbers are not quite making sense to me. I understand the point of, oh, well, if we hire 6, well, then, we could take 1 and reallocate that officer elsewhere, but we have 3, we want to get to 8. Therefore, by basic math, we should be hiring 5. That's what I'm getting at.
Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, I think maybe part of the confusion, and I guess I'm not even positive, but my sense was that the recommendation was to get to 8, not to hire 8 new. And the hope was that some of that could come out of existing even. So I'd be comfortable making a amendment to the amendment to say 5 instead of 6, so that we get to that 8 number. And then obviously, you know, if you come back to us with an urgent need for more detectives or more traffic, we can certainly discuss that. But I think it's important that we, the purpose of this legislation was sold to us and sold to the public around getting it to the point where there can be 2 community police officers in each zone. For that, I think Councilman Zaluski is right that it is just 5 needed for now.
Council President.
Yep, Councilmember Gully.
I thought earlier we heard that the mayor and the chief had decided how many numbers of individuals they would need to properly fill some of the gap. And the 6 community police officers that we are recommending tonight, even though there's 3 there, they would put with 2 of those members to make the 8 that we need for each of the neighborhoods. But the other person will go back into where they used to be, into the detective bureau, or possibly another spot where they need to fill in. I'm just wondering if we're just not shooting ourselves in the foot for the 1 employee when we really need to, we need to think about what the long-term effect will be. So I don't know. What I'm reading is the chief saying this person came from the detectives bureau to fill in at CPU. Now, does that mean that we just mandate them there and we cut back our thoughts and go to 5, or should we stay at 6 and allow the chief to put people where he is? Because we have numerous amounts, as you see in the report, we have numerous around some changes coming up to us, and we just have to be aware of that. So we're doing the right thing now, because down the road it's going to matter.
Yeah, that's my concern on this whole thing. Clearly, when the mayor proposed 6, he knew that there were 3 in CPU. This is me. My whole thought was, okay, there's 3 in CPU, but the 1 was pulled. I already have been told that traffic, you're down to 1. That's a whole other issue and not good. So saying that, for me, I want to stick with the original 6, but I'm willing to discuss this all through. Mayor?
I think our preference would be to have the 6. Every year when the chief puts together the table of organization, we try to squeeze somebody out of somewhere in order to beef up the community policing unit. And as chief indicated, this year they were able to pull 1 out of detective bureau. Last year, though, you need to keep in mind that the detective bureau opened over 900 cases. If we get that kind of workload again, if we are confronted with the level of shootings that we experienced last year, or even near that level, there'll be a great demand on pulling somebody back into the detective unit to assist them. So in that instance, we could be down to less than 8. If we had these 6 individuals committed to the community policing unit, we could guarantee that, almost guarantee that, unless everybody, unless we had a mass migration out of the department, but we could more readily guarantee that we will have community police working in the neighborhoods.
Understood. And when I looked at this, I had known that there were 3 in there, but stating that, I honestly just immediately, figured, okay, the 1 was pulled from DP, that person, hopefully the chief. I'm hoping traffic, because I'm hearing major issues with that, but obviously that's the chief's prerogative. So, my preference is to stick with the original proposal. But the first thing, obviously, we have an amendment on the floor. We're discussing it. The amendment is inaccurate. It states 8, it should state 9. So Councilmember Zaluski, as the proposer of the amendment, do you want to amend your amendment, make a motion to change it to 9.
So the question we need to figure out is, and I need to understand if Councilman Cummings is going to amend the amendment, but it's either going to say 5 and 8 or 6 and 9. So right now it says 6 and 8 is what I propose, which obviously is not going to work based on the numbers that we know. So Councilman Cummings, are you going to amend what I've said or not?
I made that motion that it be amended to say 5.
So your amendment is 5 and 8 then.
Okay, I'll preside. So we have an amendment on the floor that is amending the
Maybe we should
budget
vote on
item
the,
from.
I don't know how that works. Sorry, go ahead.
So basically, you're amending Councilmember Zaluski. You're amending Councilmember Zaluski's amendment to 5 and 8, you're saying.
That's my proposal. Although I was wondering, for the purpose of procedure, should we just vote on the wrong?
We could on the 5 and,
6 and 8.
or the 6 and the 8. And yeah. So we have a motion, we have a second on the, but it's inaccurate. So that's why I really don't want to go through the motions on a vote for an amendment that's inaccurate. Can you withdraw your amendment, Councilmember Zaluski? And
Yeah, well,
then
we just, the procedure is there's an amendment on the floor. You can amend an amendment.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
Councilmember Cummings, are you proposing an amendment to this amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so you're proposing an amendment from 6, 8 to 5, 8.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion, where I come from, a couple of things. I have a lot to say, and I'm not going to discuss the full ordinance at this time. Regarding this amendment, I'm going to be really upfront. I'm not in favor of bringing it back to 5 and 8. I do believe, if we're making a commitment to community policing, I want to ensure that that works. I want to ensure that we're making that investment properly. I want to ensure that this commitment that we are making in this budget transfer is actually going to work. And if you think about it, a lot was said tonight regarding don't do this so quickly, et cetera, et cetera. By the time these officers come on board, we're already looking into January of 2022. So stating that I am not going to support this amendment to the amendment. I feel very strongly on the 6, and I do want to see one of them hopefully be able to move to the traffic, but that's just me throwing a pitch in there, Chief. So if there's no further discussion, I'll take a slow roll.
I've got a
Council President.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that. I'm sure that there's need in every department. We've heard it. Obviously, there's need in the fire department. There's need in the code enforcement department. There's need across the city. And we heard a tremendous amount of public comment for and against adding community police officers for this goal that we were all been talking about around making sure that there are 2 community police officers in every district. We have not heard a single person comment or discuss or come to us with any discussion around adding a traffic officer. That may be a worthwhile endeavor. I don't know. I haven't considered it. I don't know what our current structure is for that. We haven't discussed it nearly to the length that would be needed to commit to adding that. And so, that's why, for now, I'd urge this. I guess I would like to hear from the chief. Part of my understanding of part of the underlying discussion here is when people have to go off to the academy. Is this the last meeting at which we could approve anyone and get them hired in time to go to the academy, or if you were to come back to us with legislation saying, hey, we need another detective, or hey, we need another traffic officer, can we add another non-community police designated officer? If you were to come back to us at the June meeting, would that be in time to send them off to the academy? Or is this the last meeting at which we could make that motion?
I think we would still have time at the June meeting. I guess it would depend on how quickly the positions are funded. The next academy is scheduled to start in July. I don't have the exact start dates, probably the first or second week. So we might still have time if that helps answer your question.
So I mean, that makes sense. It seems like, do the study, do the research, and come back to us with a proposal on that if that's what we're asking for. So far, this proposal has been about adding community police officers, and I think we should constrain it to that.
And if I could, also just add to that, we did talk about this in the finance 2 weeks ago, and I distinctly recall we were told point blank there were three officers in the CPU at the present time. So I know clearly that wasn't caught. But when I've been asked over the last 2 weeks, folks have asked me, and I have clearly indicated there's 3 officers in there now, and we're adding 6. And the whole point was to get 8. But, my goal, A, was to ensure that they were working different shifts, et cetera. So I wasn't sure if that was part of it, or if that one officer was going back to DP. So Councilmember Ash McPherson, then we'll keep discussing.
You just said what I was going to say, because there was 2, then the third one came over, but I think I'm under the assumption that person was going to go back to the Detective Bureau. So then that would make 8 by hiring the 6. So you were saying that that's what I was going as.
Yeah. Okay. If all okay, I'd like to take a slow roll on the amendment. Councilmember Gully.
I'd like to keep it at 6 and 8, so I'll vote no on the amendment the way it stands for 5 and 8.
This is the amendment to the amendment we're voting on.
Yeah, amendment to the amendment. So this is 5 and 8. So you're a no. Thank you.
I'm a no.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I'm going to be a no on this because I thought it was going to be the 6, and that's what we were going for, the 6 community police officers. So I'm going to be a no on the amendment.
Okay, Councilmember Steele.
Yes.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yes.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
No.
Council President Mantello, no. The amendment fails. I will make a motion to amend the Councilmember Zaluski amendment from 6-8 to 6-9. Do I have a second? Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion on the amendment only.
Council President,
Councilmember Gully.
if we do put 6 and 9, then the 9 officers would have to stay in the CPU. I think that it should be 6 and minimum of 8 so that the chief has a flexibility to take that 9th person and move them back into the detective bureau or the traffic bureau, put them somewhere where it's needed. If we only need 8 for the CPU, then let's get that other officer back in the position that he was in. And I would suggest that instead of saying 6 and 9, we say 6 and minimum of 8.
Okay, I will withdraw my amendment. I apologize. I agree with that assessment wholeheartedly. So I'll withdraw my amendment and we'll keep it at 6. But I guess the wording, Councilmember Zaluski, hold on one sec. I'm looking at your amendment that you had sent earlier.
Yeah.
So we should actually change your amendment to a minimum of 8. So this ordinance is enacted for the purpose of funding 6 new police officer positions in order to increase the number of officers serving in the CPU to a minimum of 8, and no funds authorized by this ordinance shall be expended except in furtherance of that goal. Does that sound appropriate?
It does to me, but I have to tell you, it's kind of superficial because really, if you have 8 as your max number that the funding is going to be used for, then the funding will always be used for those 8 CPU officers. So the 9th one wouldn't be tied into this funding anyways, the way I see it.
Okay. So, I'll make an amendment to your amendment to say a minimum of 8. So I'll put that amendment on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, on the amendment to the amendment. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there a discussion?
Yeah, Council President.
Yes, Councilman.
So I just want to run this by the mayor and possibly the corporation council. So when we set this minimum, it sounds fine. I don't have an issue with that. Again, I'm still questioning the way the numbers are coming together here. But is that language? Is there anything that would not work by saying minimum of 8 for CPU?
It does not seem to present a problem to me, but I'd like to hear from Andy and or Rick.
I would ask that, could you read that language to me one more time, please?
Sure. It would be, this ordinance is enacted for the purpose of funding 6 new police officer positions in order to increase the number of police officers serving in the community police unit to a minimum of 8, and no funds authorized by this ordinance shall be expended except in furtherance of that goal.
I would prefer that amendment not be, that the language a minimum of not be included. My preference is based on our labor contracts and things like that and the implications it might have. I agree with Councilman Gully's assessment that it's not necessary, that if you're going to include language that it's for 8 community police officers, I think that's sufficient. Once you start talking about minimums, you can run into a lot of problems.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that feedback. All right. So I'll withdraw that amendment to the amendment and we'll go back to the original amendment. We have a motion. We have a second. Very confusing, folks. We have a motion. We have a second. Now, on the original amendment, further discussion. I'll take a slow roll.
Wait, Council President. So just to be clear, so now we're back to
your original.
My proposed amendment as it originally was
Mhm.
with the 6 and 8.
Correct. Okay.
Wow.
So we have a motion, we have a second. I'll take a slow roll on the amendment, that we're still on the amendment. Councilor Mara, please slow roll, sorry.
Can I ask somebody to email the amendment to me? I did not receive it. Councilmember Gully?
I'll send it.
I vote to support Councilman Zalewski's amendment on this ordinance.
Councilmember Ash McPherson?
I'm a yes.
Councilmember Steele?
I just have a question. Did any of us listen to any of the speakers tonight? I'll support the amendment because what does it matter?
Councilmember Cummings?
This amendment because it's a slight improvement to the overall proposal. So yes.
Councilmember Zalewski?
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Council President Mantello.
Aye.
Amendment passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, on the amended resolution, do I have a motion?
Do we have any other amendments is the question.
Well, okay, we
Is there
can,
re-motion
if
article?
there's other amendments.
I have another proposed amendment, Council President.
Okay, Councilmember Cummings.
I have several proposed amendments for discussion. We'll start with this one. It being critically important to the mission of the program that the officers involved in it reside in the city, no officer shall be hired using these funds unless an agreement is signed with the PBA allowing the city to enforce residency requirements for officers assigned to these positions.
We have a motion on the floor. This is the problem when we don't get proposed amendments, like not even 5 minutes before the meeting. We don't have it in front of us. Do you have a screen share that, I mean, seriously?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, being critically important to the mission of this program that the officers involved in. Okay, I guess we'll get a second and then we'll get discussion. I do want our legal corporation counsel to weigh in on the constitutionality of the proposed amendment in terms of the contract that's presently in place. So if he or the mayor can weigh in on that, but we do have a motion. Is there a second on the motion to amend?
Yeah, I'll second Councilman Cummings' amendment.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. On the discussion, I would love for Rick Morrissey and or the mayor to weigh in.
Council, the current agreement with the PBA addresses residency. That agreement was ratified by the council, so the residency provisions were ratified by the council, and that agreement does not expire until December 31st, 23, I believe. So PBA has no obligation to reopen the contract, to discuss residency with us, and we cannot require it to do that. So
I will ask the sponsor to withdraw based on the legality of this proposed amendment.
I guess to be clear, I don't know that we're requiring them to open it. We're just saying these funds are only available in that instance. Is that a nuance worth making, or what's, is this legally not possible, or you just don't think the PBA is likely to do it?
it's legally suspect, and PBA is not going to do it.
Interesting. Okay, I will withdraw this proposal.
On that note, Councilmember Cummings, I do want you to know, I feel very strongly that our police should live in our city. I talked about this during the PRRC, offering incentives and things of that nature. I do believe that there is a minor incentive to try to get police to live in the city, and it has to do with their holiday pay. But saying that, I think if we obviously can encourage our police to live in the neighborhoods and be a part of that neighborhood. My dad, I was born North Central, and he was a police officer and lived right in the neighborhood. And so saying that, there's so much value there. So I don't want to minimize your proposal. It has incredible merit, and I support it in terms of encouraging our police to live in the city. I think we should look for other ways and other incentives to do that while they're still in the contract. So when it does expire, we can open discussions. Well, the mayor can open discussions again.
Okay, I've got another proposed amendment. Yeah, I'm sorry, these are all last minute, but I will screen share it.
Yep.
Proposing that the department shall pilot a program in at least one zone by July 1st to demonstrate the effectiveness of this strategy. Which will document the effects throughout the summer and report back to the council by October 1st in order to inform the 2022 budgeting process.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a
During
motion.
discussion, the chief indicated that there may be staffing over the summer to pilot this in a zone. So I just wanted to put that into the language if that's possible.
We have a motion, we have a second, and on the discussion, Chief, can you weigh in on this, please?
I think this goes back to the discussion about the SROs, the school resource officers, being reassigned to CPU when school is not in session for the summer school break. Is that the thought process with this?
Yes.
Well, that happened. I mean, in terms of the legislation, I'm not sure, but that happens now already. So when during the summer school break or even extended holiday break, the spring or winter breaks, the SROs are reassigned to CPU so they can handle duties there. In terms of doing a pilot.
So the thought behind this is that we're moving a fair amount of money now, but were this to continue into the 22 budget, it would quickly reach $500,000 and move towards $700,000 a year in the next few years. And so we want to make sure that before we fully set on that direction, knowing that right now these funds won't be used this summer because the folks will be in training, but you do have the staffing to do it. We'd like to see some real reporting on how this zone-based system is working over the summer before we start committing to these long-term in the 2022 budget.
I think the value and the benefits of the community policing unit in terms of flexibility of assignment and what they can do is long established over the years. It's just been reduced in total numbers. In terms of what measurable effects you'd want to include, we can try to document that. A lot of the interactions won't necessarily result in quantitative. I mean, I guess we could document each time we talk to a person, but I don't know that shows the value or the context that we're looking for in those extended engagements with people and trying to solve problems. So,
yeah. I mean, I think we've asked for a lot of data during this process, and we're just asking for you to continue to gather more of that. Some of the data we've requested before, as well as.
Yeah, and I think you.
No, I understand it's hard to pull.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you understanding that because it is beyond difficult at times.
I mean, personally, given the data is not available, I would prefer to wait until the June meeting to make this decision. But I'm guessing I don't have support for that. So for now, I will move just to have some good reporting on it through the summer.
Yeah, and I'll support that, not the amendment, Council Member Cummings. We all want, obviously, to, as we move forward, to get a better feel and data, et cetera. But clearly, there's not sufficient time. And Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't different people going to be assigned during the summer? Like, it's not going to be a constant. What I envision this program, I think, is these are going to be, you know, I say special, but people that have personable, communicative skills, interactive, more like school resource officers, but on the street. What I'm envisioning this summer, yes, community policing, but not what I envision when we get all 8 with 2 in each of the 4 zones. Is that correct, Chief?
I'm not sure I'm following you, but if we take the 3 SROs when they come out for the summer school break, we assign them CPU as we ordinarily do. That doesn't give us the full 8, but it does give us coverage. Now with that, the summer school break is really only about 8 or 9 weeks, and summer is typically prime vacation season. So obviously members are going to take vacation, and we encourage that with the stress of this job. So I don't know you're fully going to even have all 6 working each week to look at it. If you're trying to evaluate the effectiveness of having 2 per zone, I don't know that you'll achieve that at any point throughout that summer if you're trying to run a pilot that way. Certainly we could track interactions, we could track different statistics. Again, I don't know that we're just looking for numbers or data in that context. Maybe we want to look at feedback or input, however we capture that. And I realize a lot of the comments we heard today, and we do hear them, but we also interact with people, and our members interact with people throughout the neighborhoods of the city every day. And we talk to people in different formats and different forums. And we hear certainly other opinions of having more police officers in general, or building back our community police unit. So we try to take all this in and try to balance everything. In terms of this amendment for the purpose of the legislation, I don't know, but I can tell you operationally, that's what happens. The 3 SROs come out of the schools. They go into CPU. Again, I don't think we're going to be able to assign people 2 per zone. I mean, literally, there's only going to be 6 max.
No,
And
the
then you
question
take off.
is line 2 to say District 2 / the central zone there.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm looking at a small screen if it said it on there.
Yeah, just one zone. You can choose a zone, but I would guess that it would probably be helpful to either choose downtown or District 2.
I think it's.
So our patrol zones are bigger than the council district. So, I mean, and again, like wherever they're assigned, however we evaluate this, I don't know if that's going to give you the full picture you're looking for. If you're looking for data to drive the decision, I don't know that I can provide that for you. You're seeing even now just that overall generic calls for service data is difficult to pull out to be able to present to you, and we continue to work on that for you. But I'm just like, what would we track? Just like total number of interactions or code visits, or, I mean, we can do that. I just don't know what that's going to do for your decision making in June or and for 2020's budget in July.
It's better to have some information than no information. So that's why I'm asking you. Basically, 3 months in advance, use the summer to make a case for this in November. By gathering whatever data you feel would make that case. Because again, we're going to be asked to go from a relatively small movement of funding to finish out the last half of the year to a significant increase for the next 20 years.
Absolutely. So I understand that is a considerable expense and investment if you look at it that way. But everything we do is in terms of time, the time it takes us to do something, whether it's investigations, response, patrol, community engagement. And for us, that equates to people. So those total number of staffing hours. And so the only way for us to increase that is either overtime at times, or to more broadly to add to the total number of staffing for the department. I don't know what data we'll have, because I think my understanding is the budget process is going to start a little earlier this year. So we're starting to form it in July. I know that the hearings and the meetings will happen later. I'd be happy to try to, calculate whatever data you want. I just don't know how much we'll gather and how useful it will be.
Okay. Well, great. It sounds like this is feasible. Obviously, we'll see how much use it is to the council in November, but
okay.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Councilman Cummings, I wish I could feel the same way you do, but I'd rather have no data than bad data. To take 90 days and put some SROs out of the school into an area, you have to remember that it's all about the officer's personality going into these areas, and they're going to build and engage with people. And I don't know where you're coming from, but I know that it's going to take longer than 90 days to even get the people to start to speak up and talk to the officers. So we really wouldn't get true data or true information, except for the fact that they're walking on the street, because they're not going to be able to engage and get into enough people's time to talk with them in those 90 days to really have a good evaluation. Plus, the officers that are coming in would be totally different. Excuse me. Plus, the officers will be totally different because this will be a bid process through a seniority process, I would believe. So the officers that would be selected for that CPU might have great backgrounds in each area, might have more in touch or more connections with people in each district that they're going to serve or each area they're going to serve. So we really, by taking these SROs and just putting them in for 90 days, we're really not going to get any data that's going to be really solid on what we're trying to accomplish, because we won't know until 2022 when these guys get out of school and they start working their first year. We need to take 2022, engage that year to get good data so we can kind of really, make a good decision. You got to have the right stuff.
Council President.
Councilmember Zaluski.
First of all, I have to say I disagree with Councilman Gully. I appreciate Councilman Cummings' arguments. This was something that I said couple weeks ago that I wanted to see. I called it a beta test. I know that's kind of computer terminology, but a pilot program of this before before we start working on the 2022 budget when it comes to funding this program. We've got to. I mean, it's really, Chief. It's going to be in your hands. We want to see this working, and you've got to find a way to show us that it works. We got to pick a neighborhood, get our officers out there. I know, Councilman Gully is saying, it would take more than 90 days just to start to get to know people. I mean, we were down at the scene of the 4th and Madison fire in 90 minutes. 90 minutes, a bunch of us knew everyone in that neighborhood. It doesn't take that long to get to know people. And I understand that's under trauma. I get it's a different situation, but the neighborhood of North Central is under its own trauma right now. And again, I can talk. I was going to reserve my comments till later on what I have discovered through spending many hours in North Central. But we want positive interactions between the community and our police officers, and we want to see that it works. This is a big commitment that the mayor and chief that you're asking us to make in terms of funding, which. I mean, right now, this is it's a substantial budget transfer, but it's not a lot compared to ultimately what we would spend over officers over many years. So this is just an initial budget transfer, but we're going to have a budget process coming up in October, November time period. We want to be able to come back and say, yeah, community leaders, whether it's North Central or South Troy or wherever we decide to Troy or downtown, we want to hear from community leaders and business leaders saying, this really made a difference. Having the officer, knowing who he or she is, having them come by and ask about me, my family, getting maybe some tips on some kids that have gotten a hold of guns that shouldn't have those guns, but people feel more comfortable to talk with these officers now. And certainly the statistics in terms of gun violence. We want to see a drop in gun violence, especially over the summer where we generally expect that gun violence may increase. I think we're looking for a tangible impact on implementing a program like this. So it's really up to you to make it happen. If we hit whether you can make it happen or you can't, or we make it happen and the pilot goes great, or it doesn't, by the time we hit the budget process, a bunch of us, I can speak somewhat for our caucus, we're going to look back on this and say, did this work or did it not work? Because we now have to commit a serious budget amount to the program. So I think that's where we're coming from. Hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Chief. Sorry.
That absolutely makes sense. I just want to be clear on how we're going to measure that. So some of it is just like you said, it's going to be in conversation. So that may not be data points, but it's certainly going to be proof of how effective it is. And I just would ask that we get that broad input. So everything is not limited to certain formats or certain forums like a Zoom meeting. So just how that's captured, certainly we'll try to, but I hope that as you engage with your constituents, you'll hear those positive outcomes as well. And as it stands now, our members do talk and do know people in the community. It's not like we're all outsiders and we've never been here, grown up here, gone to school here, whatever. So it's just that in patrol and detectives, a lot of times they're just responding to something or they're investigating something that's already happened. So they don't have the time to have those more meaningful, longer, positive engagements. So it's not for lack of ability for the members we have right now. And it's not to say that whoever we hire new is necessarily even going to wind up in those CPU positions. So we just want to try to build in more time to have those conversations and to build those relationships. There's a lot of strong and great relationships between our department and members of the community. And while we might not always hear it in certain formats and forums, it's there. And I think, and I hope you've seen that at scenes, critical incidents, or just in conversations you have with people in the neighborhood. So yes, I will try to track it for you. I just want to be clear on what you're looking for, and just that it might not all be data points. Sometimes it's just going to be stories or conversations that somebody relays to you.
Well,
Absolutely. I mean, Chief, I agree 100% on that. And yeah, you're right. Like there may not be statistics behind this, but there are certainly people in the community, neighborhood leaders who we really, they have a ton of wisdom. We hear from them, we trust them. And, if this is working, if our community police officers are doing the right thing and creating those relationships, we'll hear about it. It might not necessarily be, well, he stopped by 3 times in the last week and that's amazing, but it'll be, I feel really good about having, Officer Bristol coming into the store today, or coming down, playing basketball, with us in the park or whatever. Like we'll get that feedback.
Good.
Right. And I guess Mayor and then Council Member Ash McPherson, and I have some thoughts on this. I'm just confused what you're looking for, Mayor.
I share the confusion. This feels very disingenuous to me. You're asking the chief to collect data. You're not telling him what data to collect. It's sort of a, guess what data we want to hear from you, chief. That's not fair to him or the department or the administration. Now you say, well, we want stories from the neighborhoods. Have you read the emails that have come into you over the past 3 weeks? We've gotten scores of letters from people who run neighborhood organizations, who participate in neighborhood organizations, and they reflect back on the days when we had community police officers interacting with them on a regular basis. And they're imploring you to hire more community police officers to bring that practice back. You have that data. Read it.
Yeah. And Council Member Ash McPherson, and then I know others want to talk, including myself. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to bring up, because everybody keeps on pushing into District 2. I've lived here for 30 years. I've seen many changes happening within this community. I know many of the people that live in this community. I've walked these streets. I still am down walking these streets from Hoosick Street to 111. When I campaigned over 4 years ago, I talked about community policing. Many, many, many homeowners, renters, landlords in this district have asked for more police officers, community police officers. We had a community police officers before. We had the weed and seed. It worked well. Our community engaged. You want to put a test pilot to see if they're going to engage. But you're saying, and Councilman Zalewski, I understand what you're saying. Everybody came up and we're talking to you. These are police officers. We need to build trust within our communities. So we're going to put a couple guys in there for 90 days and say, hey, figure out if you can make friends or not. That's not how it works with the police. I'm not police. They'll talk to me. We want to get them to be engaged with our community officers and start working. And 90 days isn't enough to do that. I've said this. I've been down there in all different areas. It's not all about District 2. There is diversity throughout our city, South Troy, downtown, the east side. District 2 is a great district. People want to have security. They want to have their kids outside playing. All through District 2, not just North Central. And having the community police officers going back to a time, and I hate to say it that way, when the police were out walking and talking on the streets and getting to know everybody. You know, they're engaging, not to be there to say, hey, I'm going to catch you doing something wrong. No, how can we help and fix things? How can we help our youth? This is what it's all about, is getting back to community policing, getting to know our neighbors. Yes, we got a lot of young officers coming on our force, and we'll have a lot more young officers, because I love to see the young, because unfortunately our older guys are getting tired and they want to retire. Okay, so we got a young chief, we got a young assistant chiefs, we've got a young force coming through. They're willing to step up and learn and get out into the community, and you want to give them a time limit. And I'm sorry, I just can't agree to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Councilmember Steele. Yep.
So what I'm hearing here is we're supposed to commit taxpayer dollars based on no data. We're going back, 10, 20 years when things worked really well then. So let's go back to that model and do it that way. I'm wondering if people even listened to the speakers tonight. I think it's our conversation tonight. It has been really very disrespectful. We have not even acknowledged the fact that, with the exception of 1.5 speakers, the request was 0 police. And yes, Mayor, we got a few emails this week. I have to tell you, overwhelmingly, it's for not funding 6 police. So I'm very uncomfortable committing tax dollars, and this is a one-shot lump of money that we are given. And what are we going to do? We're going to hire more police, and that's going to commit us down the road, because let's be honest, folks, this is going to make it through the budget process, because clearly we don't want to do a beta test. We don't want to base those tax increases on anything other than the way we used to do it. I'm really disappointed, folks. I mean, we have a divided community, and not one of us is willing to compromise or meet in the middle, or even listen to both sides. Very frustrated.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. If I could say a couple of things, I'm not opposed to data, beta, report. My feelings on this, you're literally taking a 3-month period with officers that are not going to be assigned to that neighborhood on a daily basis. The community policing that I'm supporting tonight is going to be a community policing effort of 2 officers, 4 zones, work in the neighborhoods, establishing relationships, building those bridges and trust that are so desperately needed. I'm the one here that represents the city as a whole. I walk the streets, as I said, I was born and raised in North Central, the heart of where we're seeing many growing violence. But as Councilmember Ash McPherson states, it's all throughout our city. Talk to MJ's mom. She'll talk to you, obviously, about MJ. MJ's back home now, thank God. Saying that, I want to see real data. I don't want to base my decision on 3 months or 7 weeks or 8 weeks, but what I will do is this summer, what I always do, talk to the officers. We aren't going to get those metrics and data that I think that Councilmember Zaluski, all of us are looking for. And in my opinion, the true community 2 officers who are going to be 4 zones, 8, that's not even beginning until January when those positions go out to bid. What we're getting is more community policing efforts over the next several months. We're going to hire officers, get them in the academy. It's going to go out to bid. But next year, that's the investment that we're supporting now. The chief said it earlier. We need our police officers, all of them. Tonight, I did listen. And what I did hear was, oh, this is 8 officers, you're going to arm them, et cetera, et cetera. Why isn't this happening throughout the department? It better be happening throughout the department. I've been talking about Park Walk and Talk since the day I was elected. But you're talking 2 lines here. You're talking a community policing unit effort that we are going to build relationships, build those bridges, take down those barriers. These officers are going to know the ins and outs at the grassroots level. They're going to talk to the good people in the district. They're going to know the bad seeds after 6 months, walking that beat, walking those streets. The folks who aren't coming to the table right now that won't give tips because they're in fear of retaliation, they're going to come to those officers because they're going to trust them. They're going to build trust. They're not going to feel retaliated. That's the point of this. So we're down 2 roads here. One, our department training, everything that was talked about tonight, and the things that are happening regarding the PRRC report. There are things happening. Body cams are being installed. Surveillance cameras are being fixed. Youth coordinators, we're finally getting monies to invest in our youth, in youth programs where the federal government took it away for decades and decimated our programs. So seeing that, I'm sorry I'm going off, but and I support your effort. I want you to know, but we're not going to be able to get a full read. And what I suggest, let's talk to the chief, the community police officers. Let's ask them. Let's talk to our neighborhoods. We're going to hear it if it's not working. We're going to get the backlash. It's on us. We're the ones supporting it if it does get passed. So guess what? It's our job. It's not the chief's job. It's our job to talk to the community, our neighborhood leaders, and get them to tell us. And obviously, we're going to see if we have gun violence like we had last year, and God forbid, I hope we don't. That's our goal here. So I don't want you to think I don't support your proposal. I support real data, but let's us get the data. That's just my thoughts. Sorry. Okay, so Councilmember Cummings, you have your amendment, you have a second. Do you still want to go forward with it based on your conversation with the chief, not my comments?
Yeah, I mean, so to be clear, the amendment as proposed, I'll share the screen again, is not outlining specific data that he needs to gather, does not, I can certainly make suggestions. I got a text about a suggestion while we were talking. There's a very well developed strategy around doing intake and outtake surveys. If you were to have some volunteers or some officers or whoever else provide folks in the neighborhood an opportunity to conduct a survey before this pilot period and then after. But again, you're right. Those particular bits of data are not what's important. What's important is that we try this system that hasn't been tried in many years of having 2 officers dedicated to a particular zone, really focused on proactive projects in those areas, so that they can then report back to us. And I think you're right. It's going to be a lot on us to go walk around with them for a day on their patrol and see what they're doing. I think those are the things we're going to want to do leading into that 2022 budget process to make sure that this is the right model. The other model that's been certainly discussed broadly is that we don't restrict to community policing, and then instead we have each officer, every officer in patrol, have a day where they're doing community policing, or a few hours on each shift where they're doing community policing, so that everyone who's doing response is doing some of this community policing work. And I think our goal is to maybe get to both. But for now, I think it is important that we make sure that if we're putting all this money into this new, or at least new to this century process, that we are trying it out over the summer, so that we can then each get a good sense of how it's working, and then that'll inform our decisions in the November process. I'm not hearing a lot of opposition to that concept. I'm not. Maybe we can just vote on it. Are there significant concerns with the idea of piloting this and letting us talk to the officers and reporting back during the budget process? This isn't a big lift.
Well, we'll take a vote if everyone's done discussing. We've kind of talked about it quite a bit. Councilmember Zaluski, I saw you take your mute off.
I was just going to say that, I mean, if we go back to the earlier part of this discussion, the chief actually seems very amenable to the idea. Exactly what the data points would be is unclear. I think it's a little fuzzy, but it seems like, watching this in action, and then, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Council President. We have to take some responsibility to follow up ourselves, because ultimately we're the ones that are going to be voting on this in the 2022 budget. So yeah, we have to stay active and involved in this process. But I still think a pilot makes a lot of sense. Let's see this working over the summer. It may not be exactly what it will ultimately be, but it should be something that lets us understand what this is about, how it will work, how it will impact some of our communities, how people will interact with the police, and hopefully, positive interactions will increase.
I guess before we vote, I just, if you're looking for a report, normally you'll have, okay, goals, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, honestly, I hate voting down a pilot. Can you come back in June and come back with an amendment that at least has, you're basically telling
back to us.
You're telling the chief, report back to the council. What's he reporting on? I mean, here's the deal.
Talking about it. I mean, ideally he has some data by then. We've asked for it last month, and ideally there's more of it by then. But again, it could literally just be come and talk to us about how it's going.
Can you put that in? That's all I'm asking.
What it says. This is a very broad, because I knew I couldn't get any more specific through this group. This is very broad and very loose and doesn't really hold him to anything. So.
Okay, I just tell the chief if I'll listen. I'm not going to go against this. All I'm asking, just please follow up with all of us and the chief and the mayor, and just tell us what you're looking for. You know what I'm saying? You can't put them down a blind path. I want this to succeed, and I don't want the chief just.
We'll figure out how to sell this program.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be super specific, Councilmember Cummings. I'm saying more, okay, some goals that you'd like to see. Any data, but not just what you're looking for. That's all.
Okay, I can work on that.
You want the chief to say thumbs up, thumbs down? No, you want a little more than that. I just need to know what you want in whatever you're looking for.
The primary purpose of this is to encourage or to require a pilot, so that the chief can get a sense of how it's working with a zone system like this that's more dedicated, and make sure that it is the right model going into November. I think it may well be, but again, there are other models, and there's other. My sense is that we will also have several working groups that are supposed to have been established that can help review this and see whether it's working in the neighborhoods and working to accomplish the goals of the PRSC and that we've outlined. There's lots of different kinds of oversight and discussion, and everything from us walking around with the officers to data from the 911 center to I don't know if you capture any sort of data on what activities over the course of a day an officer is doing. Maybe there's a social scientist at RPI that wants to follow them around for a couple days and gather some data for us. There's all sorts of opportunities for that sort of thing. And that's why this legislation is purposefully vague, but at least make sure that there is a pilot that we can study if there is capability to do that.
Okay. I would just ask, please follow up with us and, just what you're looking for, and recognizing you're looking at maybe a 7-week program. I mean, obviously, the community policing effort I'm supporting is a really, much deeper, intense, longer period of time building relationships. I agree.
I did want clarification on that from the chief. Is there a rebid over the summer, or is it just the existing school resource officers that will be automatically put into these positions?
The current SROs will just slide out of the schools and they'll go into CPU.
Significant relationships within the neighborhood, and we'll be
Absolutely.
Certainly. I think we'll be strong candidates to demonstrate the capability of this program. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Further discussion, questions? All right, we'll take a slow roll. Mara, on the amendment.
This is, just to make sure I'm following, this is Anasha's adding section 3, right, the thing? Okay. Councilmember Gully?
Anasha, I have a lot of respect for your analytical talent. You really can dig in and pull the best ad up when you have to. But I just think this is too short term, and 90 days I don't think gives a good window to really, we might get some feel good stories, but in the sense of community, it takes more than 90 days. You got to get a bite out of it to get some true data. And I just, at this point, I just can't support it.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I know I shouldn't ask the question. No, I'm not going to ask it. I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm hoping you're not trying to get this to fail. And I really like to see the community policing working within all our districts. I'm gonna say yes to this right now.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response. Could you say that again?
Sure, you want me to say it again because I'm agreeing with Anasha.
No, I'm sorry. You said yes? Okay, I'm sorry. I missed the end of Councilmember Steele.
I think that if we don't have some information, we're basing our decisions on a vacuum. And so I am supporting it. It may not be as detailed as one might want, but I think it's an opportunity for us to hear from the neighborhood in which these officers are walking and talking. And so I think that's the beginning of what I hope will be a much more data-driven police force, because without that, we will never attain the trust and the transparency that our community is crying out for.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks everyone for support in this, and Councilmember Ash McPherson in particular. To your point about what my intentions are here, certainly, I've said many times I don't think this is the best use of $700,000 a year, but if it is going to be the way the council moves their money, I think I am, my hope is to do everything I can to make it as successful as possible and as good a use of taxpayer dollars as possible. So I'm certainly eager to collaborate on that, regardless of my support for the broader vision here. So yes, I vote yes.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Thank you. Yeah, so I want to thank Councilman Cummings for, taking what I kind of, again, used the term beta test last time and drafted really articulate language around this. I know it's broad. I understand that we're not asking for very specific data points that I think, again, as a data junkie myself, as a computer scientist, I live on data. You all saw the research I did on the officers per 1,000 population that we talked about last time. I tend to base my decisions on what the data shows, but this is a start. I really do want to see how this is going to work in our community, because we're going to have bigger decisions to make. I know it feels like it's a big decision. We've spent a lot of time on it. But we're going to have a bigger decision to make when the budget process starts up. So, and I'm really happy to see. I mean, I know it's a long discussion, but it's an important discussion for us to have, and it is wonderful to see. I mean, I'm listening to all of our speakers. I'm listening to my fellow council members, and to address the council person, Ash McPherson, yeah, there's no intent here to try and make things fail or blow things up. I think we're really just trying to do what we think is right here, each of us. So yes, I will support this. I vote aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Council President Mantello.
Quickly, as I mentioned earlier, I have no problem, pilot program, report. I just want to be really clear, until the real program begins, which I see in January, I just don't want maybe an incomplete deter us from the larger investment. And I get what you're looking for, Councilmember Cummings. I have no problem with the report. Calling it a pilot program, it's technically not a pilot program because really it's not beginning until January. So it's kind of a maybe pilot program to, the bigger CPU effort, because I just don't know in 7 weeks, what we're going to get. But seeing that I'm not going to, be opposed to a pilot program or report as long as the chief, who has already stated he can get us something. So, I'm going to talk to the folks on the street. I'm going to talk to the neighborhoods. That's where I'm going to get my data. As Councilmember Ash McPherson stated, they're the folks obviously that really count. And if it has an impact of those 7 weeks this summer, which I pray it does, that's going to be the feedback that I'm looking for. So I'm going to get the real data from the folks out there, but I'll support this. Thank you.
The amendment passes 6 ayes, 1 no.
Okey doke. On the amended ordinance, okay, we're getting there. Or Councilmember Cummings, do you have another amendment?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. This amendment outlines some of the training that we would suggest, and I'm open to discussion about what exactly is included in it, but this is pretty much reflecting some of the comments we heard tonight. All community police officers shall be required to complete trauma-informed care training, emotionally distressed response team training, which many are already, de-escalation and mediation training. So I guess first I'd go to the chief. Just are these things you're either already doing or could easily be added?
Yeah, so obviously we've talked about the EDPRT extensively before, and our goal is to get everybody trained. We're a little more, well over half of the department. There's another hopefully is going to be in person in June for another EDPRT training.
Great.
De-escalation is built into a lot of the trainings that we do. Mediation training.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether there's a particular mediation training you think we should cite there, or
I'm not sure that we do any particular mediation training. I mean, we can look at something in that.
from that discussion about certainly some of the community members. Jerry Ford had some sounds like good mediation skills. I'm wondering if there are things we can tools we
Yeah,
can,
I just don't think we break out specifically in training, but certainly our interpersonal skills and problem-solving skills we use to mediate situations. I just don't know that we have it formalized as mediation training. And then the trauma-informed care training, to some degree, we have that in the domestic violence training that our members receive, but more broadly, I don't think we have a particular course on that. We can certainly look at doing that department-wide, not just CPU.
yeah, I think it would be helpful. I'd like to put it in here to encourage you to develop it. There's no timeline on this section, but certainly I'd like to see it be developed over time, and certainly for this unit, but likely for everyone. And that sort of goes, well, I guess, first of all, do I have a second on this? I'm sort of.
Let's first, section 4, all community police officers shall be required to complete a trauma-informed. Okay, there is a motion. Do we have a second? Then we'll go.
I will second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Please continue the discussion, Councilmember Cummings.
Jumped ahead of myself for a second there. So yeah, I think those would be helpful. And I wanted to sort of talk to the chief about what do you think about the role of community police officers in responding to these traumatic events in neighborhoods? Do you see that as part of their role to show up and sort of do some of that neighborhood and community organizing in absence of a coordinator that's leading that effort?
I guess it would be based on assignment and availability. Certainly to some degree, any of our members who respond. So for one of the commenters was talking about notification of the Red Cross. We routinely do that, as well as the fire department personnel on scene. And we try to make that initial contact. Obviously the scene is usually still active, so we're dealing with other things as well. But we try to gather as much information about residents. Sometimes, just as was mentioned, they're traumatized, so they might walk down the street or walk away from the scene, and we might not capture everybody involved there. So in terms of a response to a critical incident like that, if we did not have CPU members already working, would we call them back particularly for that? I don't know. I'd have to give that some thought.
Do you think it makes sense to train them and empower them to, at least while they're on, be sort of the point person for that sort of thing when they show up?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, to some degree, any member of patrol, even detectives, depending on what the responses, are going to do some of that work. But if we can give them a little bit more formalized training and they're available to respond, I like that idea. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Good. We have a motion. We have a second. Questions, further discussion? All in favor?
Hi.
Hold on. I couldn't get my mute button off.
Okay, I'll take back that vote. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I'm just got some questions on this because you have it as all community police officers, and the chief had said it's for all officers, really. You just can't say community police officers are the only one that are going to get this training.
Okay.
And you know what I'm saying?
It's a good point, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do you make a?
Well, wait, I gotta ask some questions for legalities. Is Rick still on here?
Yep.
So, I mean, we don't negotiate contracts. I don't know if this is already in their contracts. I mean, if you take out the community, say all police officers shall be required to complete a trauma-informed training emotional, can you do that legally? I don't know.
Yeah. Rick? Rick?
Mayor?
There he is. I think he's on mute. Yep, you're on mute. It doesn't show a mute, but we can hear you. Try again. Nope, try unmuting now.
The microphone might be unhooked if there's a microphone. I don't know what the setup is there, but
I won't answer in terms of Rick, in terms of the legality, but the training doesn't necessarily come from contract language or the collective bargaining agreement. So again, much of that we're doing already. Some of it isn't formalized. Like I said, the trauma-informed piece is more what we have so far has been related to domestic violence training. And the mediation training, we don't necessarily have formal mediation training, but we can look to do that. I'd like to see the things that we don't do or to expand on. We would do department-wide. I don't know in terms of your legislation, if that language needs to be in there, if this is particular to the budgeting of the CPU officers, I don't know.
Right, so you're saying as well as all officers. I mean, I'm just saying it shouldn't just be some officers get certain trainings. I think all officers, if that's the case. I mean, because you might be substituting an officer in a CPU when somebody's out. I don't know. So I'm just thinking that should read all police officers if that's.
Why don't, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I would just take out the words all police, all community, and substitute, shall be encouraged perhaps. Because police officers, I think some of the trainings are bid by seniority. The chief can enlighten me a little bit more about that. And some of them are specific to certain job descriptions.
Yeah, absolutely, Rick. You're correct. Certain schools or courses are bid, but I know that the mayor is already, and we've committed to having everybody eventually trained in EDPRT. If you don't put a restrictive time frame on this, ideally, I'd like to get everybody in the department trained on those topics. And so I'm just envisioning, for example, establishing some formal mediation training and making that part of our in-service. So while they bid what day they're going to attend department-wide, everybody would get that. So it'd be available to all officers, but I'll defer to you on how that language should read. I just like the idea of everybody eventually getting those topics, which again, most of that we have.
I think the way it's worded now, it would probably pass muster.
Police officers shall complete a trauma-informed care training, emotionally distressed persons response team training, de-escalation and meditation training. That sounds good. It's not.
I think it's mediation.
Oh, what'd I say?
Meditation.
But meditation might be really good too. I like yoga.
I think some meditation would be great right now.
Sorry. Yeah, it does say that. Oh my God. Yeah, it sounds good.
I'm gonna
Okay.
take that as a friendly amendment to my amendment.
I'm going to hone this in and ask folks to please go through the chair. There's a lot of folks talking. Thank you.
Okay, I'm all set.
Okay.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment to my amendment, so we don't have to vote on it.
It's
But
unanimous. That's fine.
Mara, do you need me to send you the original, or is this enough for the minutes?
Mara, do you need the amendment?
I don't know. I don't, send me both, I guess.
Okay.
I'm not, my brain's not working right now. I'm sorry. It's very late. I'm sitting in my.
Anash, Councilmember Cummings, please send both amendments tomorrow.
Will
Okay.
do.
All right. So we have a motion, we have a second. We had a friendly amendment. Further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Councilmember Cummings.
All right,
your amendments.
That was
sorry.
Amendment 7.
Yes.
And that passed?
Yes.
0.
Thank you. Councilmember Cummings, any more amendments?
I have one more. This is probably less We'll see. Proposal is community police officers shall not be dressed in traditional police uniforms, but rather professional civilian clothes. I know some other departments use sort of a polo and khakis kind of uniform for their community police officers, and it helps break down some of those barriers. But I wanted some feedback from the chief and from other council members on that concept before we fully introduce it.
Can I see your?
We have an optional bike uniform that members are allowed to wear, so it can be shorts or it can be wind pants, polo type shirt. It's similar in color and appearance to the uniform shirt, but it's a little more relaxed. I'd like them to be identified and equipped as close to the typical patrol officer. Because again, we want to build that department-wide relationship. So while they might be the focal point in the neighborhood, we want them to appear just as the other police officers who are working the zone. So they do need the flexibility of the bike uniform to ride the bike, just for practicality. There may be times if they're attending an event or training that they might dress down a little, but I'd prefer to keep them pretty much in the traditional uniform.
Okay, I can leave that to your decision at this point, unless there's lots of support for this from the rest of the council.
I would ask you withdraw it and leave it up to the chief.
I'll withdraw. We've had plenty of discussion tonight. Very good.
All
The
right.
last motion I'm compelled to make is a motion to table until June, since we have the time, so that we can discuss priorities and whether or not it should be this versus the fire department or whatever else. Obviously, we heard significant need from the fire department for EMTs. I'd certainly like to discuss that as a priority for this funding as well. So yeah, I'll make a motion to table.
We have a motion on the floor to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, on the discussion, I'm gonna take a slow roll. Mara?
Councilmember Gully,
No.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
No.
Councilmember Steele,
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski,
No.
Councilmember McDermott,
No.
Council President Mantello.
No.
The motion to table fails, 2 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay. On the amended resolution, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully, on the discussion.
Council President.
Councilmember Cummings.
Just want to highlight a few of the questions we got during the discussion and give the mayor and the chief an opportunity to answer them. The first was, where do we stand with the diversion programs working group and the reentry programs working group that were scheduled to start anytime now?
We've had conversations with the DA's office. We're waiting to get a meeting with the court system. We can't do a diversion program without the court system's acquiescence in that.
Okay. And have you started sort of fleshing out who might be involved with that beyond those groups, or you're starting with them and moving from there?
No, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if the court's not interested in doing that. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to proceed. So no, I haven't reached out to try to stamp that up yet.
Okay. And the reentry program?
The DA is doing some research now, and she'll bring some stuff back to us, and then we can pull a committee together. There's a couple of individuals in her office who have expressed an interest in this.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was the reentry program?
Yeah.
Yeah, yep, that's right.
Okay. And then the broader sort of oversight one?
Oversight committee is not pulled together yet.
Okay. What's the timeline on that?
Well, honestly, I prioritize the objective review board, the complaint form, and a few other things. I want to get them going so that the review board has something to review.
Great. Looking forward to updates on those. If you have anything you want to share now, otherwise we can maybe schedule a public safety meeting in a month or so to get updates. Anything else from you or on that, or should we move on to the chief?
Anything else on what? I can hardly hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow, you got all my amendments without me turning up my gain that whole time.
I had to raise the volume on mine for you.
Well, sorry to the public if you had to turn up your volume on your
You
YouTube.
think we got them all?
But yeah, I think we got it through. Just wanted to double check if there's any other comments you wanted to make on PRC progress before I move on.
No, we're working on all of them simultaneously.
Okay. And then let's see, from the chief, we talked about it briefly. I just wanted an update on the progress on getting data out of the 911 center. I know we're not going to have it for tonight, but what's the process?
Yeah, very cumbersome process, as you are seeing. The latest they said they could do print multiple pages. And so I don't know if we're going to look at doing reams of paper for this, or we're going to look to maybe see if there's a way that we can, excuse me, on our end, we can view it. We can't really pull reports out necessarily, but we can view it. So we're going to have somebody take a look at that. The person I would assign that is in training this week and next week. So it's going to be a little bit delay on that.
Okay. Maybe see if a lot of computers can install like a print to PDF function if it's not already set up. So maybe they can at least do that so that it's they don't need to have reams and reams of paper. It's not ideal, but it is possible to get data out of a PDF back into a useful format if it's printed to PDF rather than printed and scanned back in. So yeah, see if they can do that. And then let's see. There was some discussions about the hiring process, who would be making decisions about who's hired. I think that's a pretty defined process, but just for the public, can you speak to the hiring process and how folks can get involved if they want to? And how they, yeah.
Yeah, the hiring process is determined by obviously the civil service and then through the city's work rules and city's personnel office. In terms of hiring, people have to successfully pass the civil service test, the entrance exam, where they're scored, they're ranked. The next step in the process, as we move through each score, generally they're in like groups of 5, so 100, 95, 90. We'll work through each score. It's the rule of 3. So even though there might be multiple people within scores, we have to get down to just 2 left in a particular score before we can move on to the next score. And so at this point in our existing list, we will be canvassing, or we just sent out the canvas letters for the 80s test score, and they will have the physical agility test scheduled. In terms of the physical agility, once people pass that, they'll complete a background investigation. They'll do a packet to us. It'll be reviewed. If they move past that stage, they'll get to an interview process. That's with the chiefs, the training human resources captain, the inspection services bureau captain. Following that, if they're made a conditional offer of employment, the candidate would then be sent for medical and psychological testing, and then they would move forward through that process. If they successfully complete that, then ultimately they would be available to attend the academy.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All set, Councilmember Cummings?
I guess the last thing, during the last meeting, the chief spoke a little bit about sort of the proactive programs and other sort of things these officers may enable. I was wondering if you could talk just a little bit more about your vision for the kinds of programs beyond what's currently possible that this policing may enable.
Particular to Community Policing Unit?
Correct.
So certainly working with other agencies, whether it's other city departments or other support agencies, whether it's mental health. A lot of times we'll get calls for individuals repeatedly, and while we can respond and sometimes even get them some immediate help, it's not a lasting program that might impact their lives and get some meaningful change. So they'll have more time to do that. Another big piece is youth programming. In the past, while we've had more community police officers, we also had a different funding stream for different programs, but they were able to do youth programs, particularly in the summer, which was very rewarding, obviously community-wide. So the kids have something to do, they have activities, but our members have a chance to engage, relax, have fun. Summer geared around sports. We had a golf program. We've supported basketball programs. At one point, there was even funding to actually have like a summer camp, take kids to a summer camp, which was good. Certainly day trips, things like that. But we would never be able to do that with a patrol officer. We just couldn't pull them out of patrol to have them spend a day in the park and play activities. As much as they would love to and we would love to, it's just not possible. So again, that whole community policing philosophy is department-wide, but the community policing unit under our Community Services Bureau gives us that flexibility for assignment. So the more people we can add to that, that gives us those more opportunities for those activities. And I get it. It's a considerable expense. Any personnel expense is a huge undertaking. And I realize there's competing demands within the community, competing demands within the city budget. And so I appreciate any support you can offer to the department, and hopefully that spreads and affects the community in a positive way.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Just procedurally, do we technically need to amend the word section 2 to be section 5 now that it's section 5 that take effect immediately, or does that happen automatically?
Those are just drafting changes that can be done after the fact.
Great to hear. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cummings. I need clarification from Andy or the mayor on the pilot program. I need to make sure what we're doing, my goal tonight, the 6 that we approved tonight to be hired, we move forward to get them into the academy for July. The pilot program is for the summer 6-weeker SRO and the 2 CPU. I just want to make sure that we're not delaying the hiring of the 6 with your language of the pilot program. So Rick, can you weigh in, or the mayor? I just need to make sure that we're not delaying the hiring of the 6 with this language, because Michael, we want them on board as soon as possible, which would be January of 2022. I don't want to delay it. That's all.
I think the two things are separate in a way. Okay. I mean, though it's included in the legislation, they're 2 different actions.
Okay. Do we need language to make that clear? I just want to make it clear. We're hiring 6. This gets approved tonight. They're going into the academy for July.
I don't think so. I think it's clear enough.
Okay. You good with that, Mayor?
No, I'm still confused. There may have been too many amendments tonight. What I understood is that you're running a pilot program, and based on the results of the pilot program, you would then decide whether to hire the individuals to. Okay, great. Then I have it wrong. I see a lot of shaking heads.
Yeah.
So the council has authorized the hiring of 6.
We haven't voted yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If this passes, the council has authorized the hiring of 6 individuals that will go into the academy, and it will open 6 slots in the community police officer program.
Correct.
Okay.
Rick,
All right.
just verify that for us. I just want to make sure this legislation's solid. That's all.
Okay, my brain went off the track somewhere along the line there. I thought differently.
That's okay. You scare me. Rick, correct?
As I understand it, the legislation authorizes a transfer of funds so that the city can hire 6 new police officers, which will enable us to get to 8 it will enable us to get to 8 in community policing. In the meantime, when the officers come off of their SRO work and go into more community police functions for the summer, the chief will initiate a pilot program in one zone and try to collect data that the council might be interested in when it comes time to budget for the fall. That's how I understood.
Yes, me too. I just want to make sure that the language, I just don't want to delay it. Obviously, I'm not waiting for the data, for the pilot to prove the 6. Tonight, I want to make sure that the legislation is clear, which I think it is. But I wanted to double check. We want them in the academy for July.
Okay. I think you and I have the same understanding of the legislation, and I don't know anyone who has a different one. So.
Okay, cool. All right, we're good. So now on the amended resolution, further discussion. Okay, let's take a slow roll.
Wait, Council President, are we now ready to vote on the final?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, then I just want to make I'll try and be quick. I know everyone's tired. I get it.
It's okay. We're doing a slow roll. So if you want to, wait.
All right, that's fine. We'll do the slow roll.
Okay, thank you. Mara.
Councilmember Gully,
I vote yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Yes.
Councilmember Steele,
I'll be voting no, as you expect. I know this is going to be going through. I just want to thank all of the citizens who have taken the time to email us, to speak tonight, to hold the town hall meeting the other night, and today's press conference. All of those comments, I heard you. I heard you. I can't speak for the whole council, but I heard you. I also heard all of those who want more police. And so I would have liked to have seen a compromise. I don't have the votes to do that. I think there would have been a way that we could have perhaps hired a couple and done a little test to see if that worked, and use the rest of the money to invest in the community in the ways that I heard asked for, and I think would reap tremendous benefit. I'm looking forward to the community policing, and I hope with all my heart that it really does accomplish what we all want for our community. And I want to thank the chief for sticking with us tonight, and being so patient and answering all of our questions. And there'll be lots more, I know, going through this process. I just hope that folks don't get discouraged, that they stay in the game, and because you've got great information, you've got great passion, and that's what makes our city great. Hang in there. We're going to get better.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, again, I want to thank everyone for working with me on my efforts to improve this a little bit. I do think that when it comes to hiring officers, it's a long-term commitment. I hope that the mayor is right in his comments from last week, a couple weeks ago, that this isn't necessarily a forever commitment, but I'm concerned by the numbers that Andy provided, that this could well end up costing the city $750,000 a year once these officers get to their full pay. that's a significant raise in everyone's taxes. The average resident is going to be paying an extra $45 a year for this. And many will be paying more than that. And so, maybe that's worth it to folks. And I hope that it provides the value to the residents that they're paying for. But I am concerned at throwing more money after this problem rather than maybe thinking about some new solutions. So I can't support this further addition. I heard a tremendous amount of public comment as well. I know Councilman Gully put out a public call for the silent majority to come out tonight. That silence was deafening. The vast majority of public comment was in favor of us taking a different direction. So I'm disappointed by what seems to be a movement towards more of the same, but hopeful that I get proven wrong and that this may provide some benefit to our communities. So I vote no.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Thank you. So first of all, thanks to Councilman Cummings for capturing a lot of these changes in specific language, and thanks to the entire council for working through these amendments and ultimately passing 2 of them, which I think is a positive thing. I feel like this entire argument has been presented as either or. Either you hire more police or you invest in the community. You got to do one or you got to do the other. And I just don't see it that way. You can do both. There are large areas of our city that are asking for not just a greater police presence, but a better police presence. And that better police presence is community policing. It's police officers engaged in the neighborhoods, getting to know the people, and creating these positive interactions that we're talking about. So it's not just about more police, it's about better policing. And I've said this before, I spent, prior to the last finance meeting, 4 days walking through North Central. After that finance meeting, that next weekend, 2 more days, Saturday and Sunday. It turns out that Saturday, I was literally right around the corner from the shooting that was on 7th and Glen, when there's a drive-by shooting, and they crashed their car. Another car, a guy was working underneath the car on a jack. The car hit it. The car fell on top of the guy. He was able to, fortunately, get away. But all of that happened when I was literally probably about 500 feet away, talking to people in North Central. And the overwhelming sentiment that I've captured from residents is that they do want to see the police. They actually feel, the word that came up a lot when I was talking to people was, we feel neglected. And the neglect wasn't just, oh, we feel neglected because, our roads aren't paved. Throughout the city, we hear about we need the roads to be paved, but it was definitely poignant in that those residents felt that police were just driving by and didn't really care about them. So, based on that evidence, and it was overwhelming. This is the type of program that can make a positive difference in not only in North Central, but across the city of Troy. I can't turn my back on their voices. I've heard, I know that we've had speakers say, are you really listening? Are you listening to any of what we're saying? Trust me, I'm listening, and I think every council member here is listening. I think everyone, including the mayor and everyone's listening. I'm certainly hearing all sides of this. I understand where everyone's coming from, but I can't turn my back on the people that I spent literally 6 days talking to, and then experienced some of the violence that they've been experiencing pretty much firsthand. It was that was shocking for me. We talked about the pilot program. I think that was an important facet of getting me to support this. Is this is only a small piece of ultimately what we as a council are going to have to support in order for this to continue. So again, I challenge the chief, I challenge, our entire police department to find a way to show us how this can work this summer. I know it's a short period of time. Find a way, prove to us that this can work. I feel in my gut that it will. I really do. But I'd like to see that. And I want to see people in some of our neighborhoods coming back to us and saying, this is what we were talking about. Another thing, so when I was walking, I ended up at one particular woman's house. Her name was Sharon. She's a minister, and she was kind enough to invite me in, and we talked for about 20 minutes. And she had a very interesting perspective. She's not anti-police, and she's also not necessarily just, oh, let's have a ton more police in the neighborhood. She made the point very clear that I think I made earlier, which is that we want quality policing. It's not quantity policing, but quality policing. And it takes certain personalities to accomplish that. I don't think I would do it that well. I don't think I'm a little bit of a, kind of a goober and, I don't interact that great with people, but you need a certain type of person that can create those connections, those real connections, with the community. I've known officers that have done that. They're incredible at that work. And, I want to see this work in the neighborhood. I know she used some words with me. She mentioned transparency, accountability, respect, relationships. The words that we've been hearing throughout this process. So it's not just about putting more police in a neighborhood. It's not about trying to incarcerate people or arrest people. It's about creating a sense of neighborhood safety. We want people to feel safe in their neighborhoods, and this should work. This should work based on articles I've read, based on what people are actually asking for. So I want to give it a shot. I want to give this a shot. I know, I think it was Deanna Swenson mentioned in her comments that she had to call officers recently, and when they came, they didn't know. I think she said they didn't know Jerry Ford. How could they not know Jerry Ford? I think that's exactly why a program like this works, because the officers that are in the neighborhood should know the community leaders. They should know the pastoral leaders. They should know the people that actually can influence change. They should just know a lot more about the neighborhood than just car coming in, handling a situation, car leaves, and that's it. Right? That's the folks in these neighborhoods don't want that. They don't want just police coming in and then they're out. They really want that increased interaction. I guess to get back to the either or, in terms of community investment, we can certainly do better. But I will say the city, we are investing in the community. We've mentioned this multiple times. We are hiring 2 new youth services specialists. The South Troy pool is reopened. The 7th Ave Park is done. The 10th Street Park is underway. The Ingalls Ave boat launch. Lots of Hope, which is in South Troy. The Lots of Hope Park, which is it's a nice hybrid city and community driven park. The Uncle Sam Bike Trail. We've got the Boys and Girls Clubs in Troy. We've got CEO Youth Build. We've got CYO. We've got Hope 7. We've got lots and lots of opportunities for people. Is it enough? Probably not. We do need more. I've heard the comments about a community center in North Central. We've all heard that. Let's make it happen. Let's find a building. The first thing to do is find a building and chart a course. It's not cheap for sure, but if a community center is what the community wants, let's work with everybody to make that happen. I certainly support that. The last thing I just wanted to mention, in the midst of what was a horrible tragedy, when I arrived on scene to the fire last weekend, first of all, I have to say, Laura Rabinow, what she did was unbelievable. She opened up her house. She was helping the victims, water, food, whatever they needed, checking for pets. And then Rhea, arrived on scene. She was incredible in terms of coordinating resources. I understand that the Red Cross was there. I actually saw them when they were there, but it felt like the response was just inadequate. It was not adequate to the moment that the fire victims found themselves in. We've got to do better in a situation like that. I fully agree that we need some type of position, whether we call it emergency and disaster preparedness or trauma-informed response or crisis management, whatever the title is. We need something like that. It could come from the city, could come from the county. We have this new position that we just hired for, and I did send a note to our deputy mayor about this. I did not get a response yet, but we have this new health and safety coordinator position that I think either we've hired or in the process of hiring. Possibly consider extending that position into what we're talking about. I guess my whole point here is we can do multiple things. We should not see this as either we pass this legislation or we invest in the community. We have to do both. We are doing both. We're already doing both. So I guess all of that being said, I continue to support this legislation, and I vote aye.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Council President Mantello.
You know, as I said earlier, to Councilmember Zaluski's point, listening to folks tonight, you would get a picture that there's not a lot going on in the city. And what we're doing tonight is just hiring more police officers. That's not the goal here. And I listened to everyone that spoke tonight. In terms of the emails we received, it wasn't just this week. It was over the last 3 weeks, dozens and dozens of emails supporting and against. Tonight, the folks came out to speak against. We're listening to you, but saying all of this, I know that, you know, you spent several hours, Councilmember Zaluski down in North Central, 5 years for me on the council as the at-large representative. I have gotten to know every nook and cranny in every neighborhood, and I talk to folks. And yes, North Central, as Councilmember Ash McPherson has been you know, crying and pleading for since the day she was elected, all throughout the city. I hear it day in, day out. The Park Walk and Talk program, when I was first elected, I tried to get that rolling. And obviously, you know, I spoke to Chief Tedesco at the time, and, you know, Carmela, the manpower. Yes, our goal is to get police officers out of the car, walk or talk to people, stop at a neighborhood ball game, etc. That's not what we're doing tonight. What we're doing tonight, I see on two fronts. One, we are making an investment in terms of building relationships, building bridges, taking down those barriers in our neighborhoods to really get to know people. And as everyone has stated tonight, it takes a special person to do this. This is an officer who is going to bid on a position that is all about relationships. That's all about getting to know the good people in the neighborhood, the few bad apples, and rid those bad apples out of that neighborhood and get our youth to not join into the illegal activities, into the gangs. And that's the goal of this. And we can do this. Somebody said, you know, oh, geez, Carmela wants to go back to the days that her dad walked the beat. Well, guess what? They were less complicated, but we're not going back 30 years. And that's not my goal. My goal is to get our cops walking the beat. And guess what did work 30 years ago? My dad did know everyone in that neighborhood. I grew up in North Central. That was part of his beat. Everyone knew Jim. Jim knew everyone. Still to this day, Mr. Mantello, remember that day you caught me smoking weed? Well, guess what? You kept me out of jail. And look at me now, if a family of 4. That's what we want to see from our officers, deterring our youth, getting folks to trust our police. We heard it all through the PRRC. Trust, accountability, respect, taking down those barriers. I see this as a step in that direction. And we need to move in that direction. Somebody also said the PRRC and all the efforts with the mayor and the administration and the police department, we have Khalil Jameson on board, working day in and day out with our police department. We're getting body cams for more transparency, more accountability for both our officers and our community. Surveillance cameras. We've invested in more in fixing the surveillance cameras we have, and long-term mobile cameras. Training. The training, Chief, you talked about earlier. Yes, our officers need training. And guess what? The other thing is these community police officers are going to be solely dedicated to that neighborhood. But at the same time, our officers need to be trained to communicate better. And the chief has talked about that. We know that some of our young officers, they're a little timid. So we need to get those officers to be more interactive with the community. This is bipartisan. You have Republicans, Democrats, the mayor, who obviously he and I don't see eye to eye all the time. And we've said that before. This is all of us working together. And even the folks that voted no tonight, we know your heart's there. You want to see this work. All of us want to see One Troy. And I see this as a step in that direction. We need a safer Troy. We need our neighborhood safe, and we need our folks to entrust our police. These are efforts. Tonight's effort is in that direction. I could not support this. This is something I truly believe in, and I do pray it works. As I stated earlier, MJ's mom, in fact, his dad texted me tonight during the meeting and sent me the Channel 10 segment where they interviewed MJ. He came home on Friday, and look, they're having a challenge every day, every hour, every minute. You talk to MJ's parents, they'll tell you they want to see cops in their neighborhood walking the beat. Talk to Aisha and Davis's parents. This is all about connecting better with our community, but trying to deter crime, being proactive before it happens. I constantly would say to the mayor over the last 5 years, we're reactive. This is a step to be proactive. And in terms of investment in our neighborhoods, $2 million for parks. Folks are going to see that happening over the next 2 years. $40 million for our clean water, our water infrastructure. Tom Hannick, connecting our waterfront to our neighborhoods, Ingalls Ave Boat Launch. It's all about using our waterfront to connect to our neighborhoods. This is Troy. We can do this. This is a step in the right direction. I could not be more supportive. I vote aye.
Ordinance 23 passes, 5 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, I think we have more legislation. All right.
Was that thing other bodies have where the consent agenda or something like that?
They do a quick roll call. Ordinance 24.
I feel like I'm doing the budget.
Ordinance amending the 2021 general fund budget, Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Cummings. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 24 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 25.
Ordinance authorizing the reconveyance of real property acquired by in rem foreclosure, Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Cummings. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 25 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 26.
Ordinance authorizing leases of parking spaces at the Fifth Avenue parking garage for a 5-year term. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion?
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 26 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 28.
Ordinance authorizing and approving the filing of the City of Troy's application for funding pursuant to the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974, the McKinney Act Emergency Shelter Grant Program, and the Home Investment Partnership Program, and designating the mayor as the authorized representative of the city for such purposes. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
since Carolyn sat through with us until almost midnight, I figure we should give her an opportunity to say anything if she wants to.
Carolyn?
The only thing I want to tell you guys is good night. So
All right, thanks for all your work on this.
Carolyn, thanks for hanging in there. And
no problem.
thank you. Nothing you want to add?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. Cool. Thanks, Carolyn. I did just want to say real quick, I did participate. I think Councilmember Zaluski was on the video also. The Little Italy neighborhood brought a gentleman in to talk about the reinvestment in South Troy and connecting to the waterfront. And Councilmember Steele was on it also. And for me, because as all of you know, through the Greenway and the canal, it's my background. So, you know, a lot of it I had heard before. But one of the things was loud and clear. Remember, the one thing he said I thought was really resounding is that you need to ensure that folks feel safe. And what we did tonight dominoes into what South Troy, what all of our neighborhoods are trying to do in terms of reinvestment. They need to feel safe in their neighborhood. Safe neighborhoods domino into people moving into that neighborhood, investing in that neighborhood, and wanting to be a part of that neighborhood. So saying that this is a great investment. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 28 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 29.
Ordinance authorizing the reconveyance of real property acquired by IMREM foreclosure. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Ordinance 29 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 30.
Ordinance accepting a deed of easement from the Troy Housing Authority. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I need to recuse.
And one recusal.
Ordinance 30 passes, 6 ayes and 1 abstention.
Ordinance 31.
Ordinance amending the 2020 general fund budget and accepting grant funds from the Troy Capital Resource Corporation for the 2021 Neighborhood Improvement Program. Councilmember Steele.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 31 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 32.
Ordinance authorizing awards of neighborhood improvement project funds. Councilmember Steele.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Councilmember Steele, thank you so much. You, Councilmember Cummings, and Councilmember Gully, why don't you fill us in on neighborhood improvement projects? Really cool stuff.
Well, just really quickly, I want a huge thank you to Mara for all the work that she does organizing this and putting it all together. Great job. And thanks to the Troy Capital Resource Corporation for adding the 10,000 so that we could offer this round 20 projects totaling 14,500 roughly in small grants, no more than 1,000 for, such things as plants, signs, murals, some recreation opportunities. These are great small projects, but have huge impact within neighborhoods because it develops community pride, promoting collaboration among neighbors. And I just thank everyone for participating. And to Jim and Anasha, let's get together on a warmer day in Powers Park to discuss the projects, okay?
Getting warmer every day.
Concert.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
So I want to thank the review committee for your work on this. I know it's never easy. I remember doing this myself. I want to say once again, I'm really, really happy to see so many worthwhile organizations. I do want to point out in my own district, we tend to be a very active district in terms of our neighborhood groups and the projects that we get involved in. And I'm sure you can see on the list, we've got Mount Ida Preservation with a few projects. I just mentioned in my comments earlier about Lots of Hope. Lots of Hope is an incredible project that's technically not in my district, just across the street, but many people in my district have been contributing to that project. The East Side neighborhood with our planters, Sam Chapone in the 11th Ward War Memorial. Osgood, the Osgood neighborhood group has had several projects. Little Italy, I've got very active neighborhoods, and love the fact that they spend the time to put these project proposals together. I know the award amounts are not huge in any way; they're capped at $1,000 per project, but they do make an impact on the neighborhood. And this is all, again, what Councilperson Steele was saying. It's contagious, when you see some folks working on things, other people get involved, and this is how we beautify our neighborhoods. I should mention Riverside as well, Sandra Rouse in the Riverside neighborhood. I think, not that I would ever run the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that District 5 had its lion's share of funding, maybe more than 1/3 of the projects. So thank you so much. On behalf of all my neighborhood groups, I appreciate it.
Yeah, this is super cool. And as mentioned earlier, these are small grants, but they domino into so many other projects because if your neighborhood is welcoming, you're going to see more economic development, you're going to see more revitalization in that neighborhood. So they are small dollars, but huge when you're talking about building pride, building revitalization in your various neighborhoods. And I'm always really super psyched about these projects. And I did want to just mention, and maybe all of us just take like 10 seconds, but Kathleen Cassidy, she put in for the East Side one in terms of the flowers and planters with the Ward 5 monument, but it reminded me of Tom LaChapelle, and many of us know Tom from the East Side, and it's not going to be the same campaigning and walking by his house and hanging out there for about an hour in his kitchen. But saying that, if we could all just, take 5 seconds, 10 seconds and just wave to Tom up there. But every time I think of the neighborhood improvement projects, I think of Tom, because he really started the planters and in the gateways on the East Side. So Tom, we're thinking of you.
Yeah, Council President.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning him. We are, this was obviously after the NIP deadline, but we will be doing something to commemorate Tom and his contributions to the neighborhood.
Yep. And on that note, Sue, we have, I take it, about 5,500 and change. And do we envision hopefully a second round? I hope so. I'd like all of us to do that. What do you think?
I'm hopeful.
Good. We can talk about it. Awesome. All right.
Council President?
Yes, Mara.
I just wanted to mention I was going to send out an email early next week with a proposed schedule for round 2. I know that we do have several projects. I think Councilmember Gully had one in Lansingburg. There was another project in North Central that I'm aware of, and I think at least one other one where people were a little behind and they couldn't get in by the deadline. But there's still a couple more really great projects out there looking for funding. So early next week, I'll send something out to set up a schedule.
Awesome. And go ahead. Yep.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a shout out to Frank Maven for 10th Street Park. He has taken that park and has really been working up there well. And, he's always putting calling me on the nip on what he can put together. And I tell him one thing and he's down there at Mara. So Mara, thank you for helping him as well. Getting him to make sure he does it correctly and fills them out. And the stuff that he's been doing up in that park is really good. And they have the retaining wall now. They have benches that he got put in there for the basketball courts. They're doing the pads and a scoreboard. So there's a lot of different things that the people in the communities that are getting for to improve their areas in District 2 is awesome what they're doing. And they're spending a lot of time in the parks because we want to get our kids back into these parks safely. So I just wanted to give them a little shout out there.
Council President.
Awesome. Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Cummings.
I also wanted to talk about that project for a second, just because I figured this was probably the best time to get an important piece of information into the mayor's head. I know one of the issues.
I think the mayor, he left.
No, he's here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for the P. I'm sorry, Mayor. Thank you. I'm sorry.
We had part of that request was for a generator, which unfortunately we weren't able to provide due to the scoping rules of the neighborhood improvement program. But we just wanted to highlight the need for power in that park eventually. I know there's work happening up there now. And so I don't know what it would take to get a pole coming off with power to the park so that folks can have some light, have some use the scoreboard, things like that. I know Councilman Gully's been working on that as well. So if he has anything to say on the topic as well, but that was a regret from the committee not to be able to fund that, but also hoping we can work out a good system to make sure that those programs do have access to electricity.
Chair or Council President.
Yep, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Councilman
first guest tonight as Falcon in the Marvel Cinematic.
I don't know who that was. Councilman Cummings, I did speak with the deputy mayor in regards to getting some power in there. And she said that, and lights and so forth. And I think there are some lights already in there. But she was going to look at stuff and so far, see if that's a possibility and if they could do that.
Yeah, I think that's important. Great. Thank you.
Mayor, did you want to add anything on the power?
No, I think Councilwoman Ash McPherson covered it. It's been a problem for 30, 35 years. It'd be nice to get some electric in there and light that up. It's awfully dark at night just because it's down below grade.
Yeah.
And, you know, while we're on lighting, it was mentioned quite a few times tonight, you know, Mayor, the LED. I'm not sure if you know the timetable, but clearly we're changing. We've invested a lot of money into over 4,000 streetlights all throughout the city. What's the timetable on that? I know Monica's working on it ferociously.
Rick may correct me on this, but it went to National Grid. They have, I think, X amount of time. I think it was 90 days to approve it. Then it goes to PSC, Public Service Commission. They have 90 days to approve it. So we're in the bureaucratic ether right now, waiting for those approvals.
I think you're right, Mayor. It's about 6 months.
Ugh,
It was
6 more months?
hurry up and wait.
Oh, geez, 6 more months. It's horrible. Okay, thank you.
Plenty of time to do a pilot with the Lighting Research Center.
Listen, if it would get it sooner, you and your pilots, no, King. Okay, Mara, all in favor? I think all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Ordinance 32 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. Resolution 28.
A resolution to honor Geneva Pompey and designate the public park at 7th Avenue and Ingalls Avenue as Geneva Pompey Park. Council President Mantello and Council Member Ash McPherson.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Council Member McDermott. I'll be very quick, but for Geneva, even though it's after midnight, whereas Geneva Pompey was born in Manning, South Carolina on October 3rd, 1933, and moved to Troy, New York with her husband Cleveland Pompey Sr. 70 years ago when she was 17. And whereas Geneva and Cleveland purchased their house at 49 Ingalls Ave in November of 1968, and she has lived there ever since, just across the street from the public park at 7th and Ingalls. And whereas Geneva is a well-known and much revered mother, grandmother figure in her community, as well as a God-fearing woman who has been a faithful member of Oak Grove Baptist Church for many years. And whereas Geneva keeps a close eye on her community and spends many summer days sitting in front of her house watching over the children in the park, just as she watched her grandchildren and great-grandchildren grow up playing in that park. And whereas Geneva still keeps a freezer full of popsicles for the children and allows them to use her bathroom when necessary, or to just sit with her for comfort. And whereas during her lifetime in Troy, Geneva has on countless occasions demonstrated her personal commitment to help all who ask, whether it be a gift as simple as a hot plate of food or the use of her electricity at no cost when members of the community host events in the park, or allowing the storage of equipment in her yard where it can be safe. It is well known to everyone that Geneva never says no to any reasonable request. And whereas Geneva's community-minded values and the example she sets have inspired the people around her to respect others and to be more helpful individuals and to create a better North Central neighborhood and a better city of Troy. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the City Council of the City of Troy, along with the residents of the North Central neighborhood and of the entire City of Troy, wish to show their respect to Geneva Pompey by paying tribute in her honor and designating the public park at 7th Ave in Ingalls to be known henceforth as Geneva Pompey Park. And be it further resolved that a sign which shall reflect this designation shall be placed at a prominent and appropriate location as approved by the city engineer and the city parks department. Way to go, Geneva. And Monica has told us, I believe Councilmember Ash McPherson, within the next couple of weeks, there should be a dedication, correct?
Yep, she hasn't given me a date or given us a date on this yet, but there's a couple things I want to give an update on. I know I can't think of it. I wrote in my notes, one of the speakers tonight had mentioned about where are the swings in the park. There was never any swings put into the plan. I had talked to the deputy mayor based on a conversation I had with a couple people from the area. There will be swings put in that park, so they're just waiting on those. There's also going to be some grills that are still waiting to be put in there. So it's taken a while to get this park up and running. We've all been wanting to see it done. COVID hit, set a lot of things back. You couldn't get the supplies. You couldn't get the things in there. It's being done now. They're just about done with everything that needs to go in there. So it's probably well over 1.2 million, Mayor. Is that the 1.2 million that was put into that park to work on it? So there is money being put into District 2, into North Central, into the areas. Streets have been paved and down there. So there's a lot that's happening. So I'm glad to see this park is just about finally done, and the community is going to be stepping up, and they're going to be taking care of the park from my understanding. So I'm excited to see the rest done. I'd like to say thank you to the mayor and the deputy mayor for pushing this through and getting it done as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. And Mayor, I believe the pavilion's being named after Ronald Dukes, correct?
That's not my understanding. I'm not aware of that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation.
Okay. I'm sorry. Cool. All right. Moving forward, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 28 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay. Resolution 30.
Resolution accepting a Restore New York grant for the renovation of 701 River Street and authorizing the mayor to sign a subrecipient agreement with Redburn Development LLC. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 30 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay. Resolution 31.
Resolution of, excuse me.
Okay.
Resolution of the Troy City Council authorizing acceptance of a grant from the Hudson River Valley Greenway to create a trailhead for the Empire State Trail. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, second, Councilmember Cummings. Did I ever tell any of you that I used to oversee the Hudson River Greenway?
Where's the mute button?
I'm kidding.
Turn her off.
Laura, cut her off.
Council President.
Councilmember Steele, that was a TikTok. That was a TikTok. Yes, on the discussion. Councilmember Cummings.
The commissioner has also sat with us through this meeting, so I figure we'll give him an opportunity to speak briefly if he's interested.
I was seeing him in the corner there. Yes, Steve Streitman, how are you?
I am well, thank you, and I will keep it short. This is a great investment, and as was the project before, 701 River Street. It's nice to see some investment up in North Central, and this connection here will make a great connection, and I want to thank Alta Planning again for all their work to help us get this grant. And that's it.
No, it's awesome. And it's connecting our neighborhoods to trails, to the waterfront, connections. Thank you, Steve, and thank you to you and your staff. I know you put a lot of time into trying to go after these dollars.
Right. You're welcome.
Thank you. All in favor?
Wait,
Oh,
Council
I'm
President.
so sorry. Councilmember Zaluski, then.
I just wanted to thank Steve for sticking with us. Steve is actually recovering from something similar to what I went through, so I'm sure he's
Oh.
not in the great, he's either suffering from pain or he's high on meds right now, either way. So he's probably not in the greatest state.
I did close my eyes a few times.
Sound it.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. Further discussion, Councilmember Steele, did you have anything? I thought I saw your hand up. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 31 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Feel better, Steve. All right, resolution. Scroll in here, guys. Sorry. Resolution 32.
Resolution of the Troy City Council authorizing the acceptance of a grant from the Capital District Transportation Committee for a linkage study of the Federal Street Corridor. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
we spoke about this at length at the finance meeting, so I'll keep it short, but broadly, this will be a big improvement for the neighborhood. Federal Street has been a massive block in the pedestrian infrastructure of the downtown and a divide in our neighborhoods for decades. And certainly thankful to the CDTC and the planning department for working on this problem and hopefully dramatically reducing the width of Federal and 6th so that they more comfortably accommodate both pedestrians and vehicles.
Ditto. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Oh, Resolution 32 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 33.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $450,000 serial bonds to finance the reconstruction of various bridges in the city. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Resolution 33 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 34.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to submit the City of Troy's annual one-year action plan of the 5-year strategic consolidated plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Resolution 34 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay. That's the end of our agenda. I do want to correct an error. Thank you, Mayor, for correcting me, Reverend Clark Pavilion. So thank you. I apologize to everyone about that. More importantly, on high demand, because of how successful it was last year, the citywide graduate car parade will be happening again this year. And, you know, some schools will be having maybe ceremonies, maybe a little smaller, but stating that keep your eyes open. The announcement will be going out soon. And Chief, I want to thank you because obviously he and his folks and Chief McMahon are helping us just put the logistics together. And Chief, I just want to thank you. You know, I know it's a tough time for your department. I think the morale is not where it should be, but I know you're working on it. And I just want you to know, I think all of our colleagues, but I can't speak on their behalf. We're here. We're going to provide you the tools, the resources you need to bring that morale up, to build that trust with our residents and taxpayers. And I just want you to know that we're your partner and we're here to make our city a safer place. So thank you for everything you guys, your men and women do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone want a motion to adjourn? Or
I'll make that motion.
oh my gosh. Okay. Unanimous. Okay. Is there a
I
second?
second it.
A second,
Let's have an
Councilman.
amendment on that motion.
Discussion?
No.
Good night, everybody.
Councilmember Cummings has an amendment. Good night, everyone. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?